Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we ask you to bear with us this early Saturday morning as we endure technical difficulties. Oh, the bane of the internet, and we'll see how well it goes for us. So if you're not able to see me, hear me, well, I guess then you're lucky. And we're going to try to work through it right now. I do not know why. Everything was going just fine up until a moment ago. So it looks like we are switching back to our regular connection. Hopefully we'll be able to handle our signal. So we do apologize. Again, thank you for joining us, and we'll see. I just absolutely love how everything works when you need it to work. So unfortunately, we are running on our Wi-Fi connection right now, and the signal is very low. So once again, we ask you to bear with us, and we'll see what's going to happen. But good morning, good morning, good morning. Today is May 14th, 2022, and it is the weekend after Mother's Day weekend. So I am the Scorekeeper. Thank you for joining me, and I'm going to get through my spiel this early in the morning. I am beyond exhausted. Just spent 5 days, well, in 6 days of negotiating a contract with my current employer. I'm tired. I am. So, wham. Yeah, I know. So we'll get to it. I'm sure I'll have a comment, maybe an editorial, probably a commentary about it throughout the program, but it's unimportant. Anyway, good morning, and we're going to get to it. So we have a lot of stuff to get to, and thank you for bearing with us as we make our way through all of this. And yes, folks, a lot of stuff that we're going to be going over this morning, as we do traditionally. Here it is. It's 59 degrees here in hell. It's going to get to 97 today. Welcome summer. Boy, you arrived early. And it's going to have an overnight low of 63. Right now, the sun did rise about 15 minutes ago, and it's going to set at 7:44. I remember when I was up in Anchorage when the sun was setting at about 10:30, which was crazy. That, you know, having your watch tell you it's 10 o'clock and there's still sunlight out, that's a tad crazy. But that's the way it is far up north, which is really kind of cool. I do miss it. I did enjoy it, and I'm sure I'm going to be able to get around talking to it soon. I wanted to do a program last weekend. It just was not possible. This weekend, we'll see. And then it's going to be very warm in here. So I don't know. Probably have to get the air going in just a little bit. But anyway, the humidity is 42%. Pressure is 29.93 inches, and it's going down. Visibility is 10 miles. The wind, they call it a 10-mile sky. I don't know. I haven't taken a look up. The wind is heading to the southwest at 1 mile per hour. The dew point is 36 degrees. UV index at this hour is 0 of 10. And the moon phase is a waxing gibbous. So if someone who is watching the program, we actually have quite a few people watching us at this hour. If you want to let us know how our signal is, we would gladly appreciate it. I am concerned at the connection. It's not there. So I'm going to see if I can. I don't understand why I'm on the landline. I'm sorry, on the wireless, but we'll find out soon enough. I'm going to try to switch over to that one and see what happens. So, again, we are having some difficulty this morning. Hopefully I still am live, and we'll see. But, all right, it's a lesser signal. I have 3 lines that I rely on right now. So, for those of you that are watching, please let me know, and we'll see it is. I'll have to do a check as I used to. Embarrassingly enough, I remember when we used to have to call it a Blog Talk Radio and check and see how the signal was. So we're probably going to get feedback right now. And if the program is not working, then we apologize and we'll see if we can get our stuff fixed. So, I know it's embarrassing. Okay, well, yeah, it looks like I'm live. Ugh, scaring everyone. All right, so we took a look at that very quickly. Today in sports, wow, it's actually a big day. The major event, of course, in 1904, on this day, the first American Olympiad opens in St. Louis, Missouri. And this from the historychannel.com. The third Olympiad of the modern era and the first Olympic Games to be held in the United States opened in St. Louis, Missouri on this day. The 1904 Games were actually initially awarded to Chicago, Illinois, but were later given to St. Louis to be staged in connection with the St. Louis World Exposition. Like the second Olympiad held in Paris in 1900, the St. Louis Games were poorly organized and overshadowed by the World's Fair. There were few entrants other than Americans in the various events, and expectedly, U.S. athletes won a majority of the competitions and the unofficial team championship. In field events, the Americans made a near-perfect sweep, winning everything but the lifting bar and throwing the 56-pound weight. 20 years later, the first truly successful Olympic Games were held in Paris, and since then, with increasing popularity, the Games were held in various cities around the globe. In additional stuff happening today, in 1885, the 11th Kentucky Derby, Babe Henderson aboard Joe Cotton wins in 2:37.25. In 1940, Boston's Jimmy Fox home run goes over the Comiskey Park's left field roof. For those of you that remember, both Comiskey Park and Tiger Stadium, they had the very high roofs in the outfield. Well, they were enclosed facilities. And in Detroit, you had the roof covering the outfield. And I remember Reggie Jackson getting one out of the stadium. I mean, those were gargantuan blasts. And I do remember that one. So this is an homage to that one. Back in 1967, New York Yankee Mickey Mantle hits career homer number 500 of Baltimore Orioles Stu Miller. And in 1989, first time since 1940, a player hit 6 consecutive doubles. This was done by Kirby Puckett. Also in 1994, Dave Winfield passed Frank Robinson for 12th place on the RBI list with 1,617. I saw Dave Winfield play quite a bit, a little bit as a Padre. I was very young. I used to listen to him when we would head down south of the border to a little town called Rosarito, which is far from being a little town now. And I would listen to Padre games. Coleman, I believe he was the announcer. He was a good announcer. I grew up with that guy. When he retired, I missed him. Apologize. I'm going to have a lot of difficulty with my voice. I've been negotiating, part of a team, negotiating my upcoming contract. And boy, oh boy. Wow. Oops. I have to get a new chair. Back in 1995, the LPGA Championship Women's Golf, Dew Point. I believe Kelly Robbins wins her only major title by one stroke from defending champion Laura Davies of England. That was back in 1995. On this day in 1995, Eddie Murray of the Indians hit number 463 home run, and he tied for 18th at the time. And in 1997, Baseball's Executive Council suspended New York Yankees owner George Steinbrenner for suing other team owners. I remember those days, man. Back in 2016, Gabriel Medina becomes the first surfer ever to land the move backflip in competition. So that's a quick look at history, and we'll see. Sorry, I'm unnerved by the internet connection, and I'm not happy about it. So, anyway, in National Rugby League Down Under, on May 13th, In full-time play, the Knights 16, Bulldogs 6. Sea Eagles lost. I mean, wow. Shut out 38-0 by the Broncos. The Rabbitohs edged the Warriors 32-30. And today, earlier in the day, the Titans by 4 over the Dragons, who scored 16. Do the math. And, of course, the Storm were brutalized by the Panthers 32-6. Yes, I saw cartoons. And later on today, local time at 8:50 p.m., Sharks visit the Raiders. At 1:05 p.m. Pacific time, the Roosters visit the Eels. Tomorrow, the West's Tigers visit the Cowboys at 1:25 a.m. on Sunday morning, local time Pacific. Wow. So, of course, the AVP is going and blowing. The tour has begun. This year, it's the season of no holding back. They, of course, already had their first events. And last week, of course, was the Austin Open. And upcoming will be the New Orleans Open, the 27th through the 29th. And then the Muskegon Open will be June 11th through the 20th. So, glad the AVP is back. Summer is here, and it's not too bad. Let's take a quick look at the PGA and LPGA, see what they're up to this weekend. Of course, right now we have the TPC Craig Ranch. It's at McKinney, Texas, running from the 12th to the 15th, otherwise known as the AT&T Byron Nelson. And very quickly, 3 people are tied for first: Ryan Palmer, David Skins, and Sebastian Munoz, -15 and 129. And all alone in fourth, Justin Lower at -14 and 130. And then we have also in fifth, Chad Schwartzer, -13, 131. And quite a few people tied for sixth: Joaquin Neiman, Jordan Spieth, K.H. Lee are at -12 and 132. And that is a quick look at PGA. We'll see LPGA in a moment. Good morning, Speedy. How are you doing this morning, young man?
Good morning, Scorekeeper. How are you doing?
I'm doing real well, Speedy. Other than being exhausted, tired, spent, annoyed, and probably even a tad disappointed, I'm present. I punched the clock, said, and I'm here. So how are you, man? Seriously, how's everything up north? Is it going to be warm? It's going to be 97 degrees today.
Yeah, I'm doing good. They said it's going to be about 80, 87, 88, 90. So close enough to about the same as you. Good morning, Aisha.
Yep. Good morning, young lady, and thank you for the like. Folks, we do apologize. We are enduring technical difficulties down here. I can tell there's a delay between Speedy and I, and wow. We'll see if we can work through it. I've been burning through my internet as I've been here. I've been sitting in this chair for 6 days. Ugh. It is horrible. And oh my God, I'm just tired. But we're gonna work through this today. Good morning, Aisha. Hope everything is going well out there. Let us know what the weather is like out there, Aisha, please. Kind of cool to see in the different parts of the world what's going on. Very quickly, I'm gonna take a look at LPGA, and they are at the Upper Montclair Country Club. It's known as the Cognizant Founders Club. Yes. It's at Clifton, New Jersey from May 11th to the 15th, so it's going on now. And the leaderboard is updated as of a minute ago. Tied for, or no, not tied, but all alone in first, Minji Lee, -14, 130. Tied for second is Allie Ewing, Lexi Thompson, and Madeline Sagstrom, -11 and 133. All alone in fifth, Sana Nutinen, and -9, 135. And tied for sixth are Paula Reto, Carlota Siganda, and Megan Kahn at -8 and 136. So, quick look there. Taking a look at the calendar, Today is the 14th. USFL opens up the 5th week of their season. They're playing 10 weeks, so they're about the halfway mark. Once the weekend is over, then they're at the halfway mark because you have 5 weeks and then another 5 weeks. So right there. So next week is the middle of that. They are in Kansas for NASCAR. And next weekend, you have Barcelona for Formula One, the NASCAR All-Star event in Texas. And on the 29th, Monaco. And NASCAR will be in Charlotte. So that's a quick look at the upcoming schedule on major events. I'm sure there are others, but thank you. We noticed that a lot of people are coming in and out of the program. We hope we hope you're able to see as to what's going on. So, you gone and broke the system again, Royer? Yep. Wow, 15 degrees Celsius. All right. That's actually a cool day out there, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. So, 15 degrees. I thought it was cool. 59 degrees Fahrenheit where she is right now. So, not too bad. All right. So, again, going around just very quickly, I know that we're going to do the Camping World NHRA Championship Drag Racing. They're at Richmond, Virginia. Otherwise known hashtag is Virginia Nats, May 13th through the 15th. And that's a quick look at the Camping World. As I mentioned, Formula One. I already talked about that. And then NASCAR, also I mentioned that as well. So, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Speedy, what's going on? What do you want to get to, young man? What's going on this morning?
Well, it's funny that we start out like this, especially, with all these crazy things going on that the NFL is already talking about the Thanksgiving Day games, that the Bills are going to take on the Lions, the Giants will take on the Cowboys, and the Patriots will take on the Vikings, all on Thanksgiving Day.
Wow. Yeah, they so the schedule is out. It was going to be done earlier in the week. So, what is the Raider? Have you taken a look at the Raider schedule yet?
I have not, but they've also, this is all within the last 24 hours, they've also announced the Christmas Day schedule lineup, somewhat of a format they don't know yet, but I'm like, okay, well, we'll all be looking forward to that big day on Thanksgiving Day this year.
Oh yeah, here we go. They are talking about the schedule being released. Speedy. I know. I'm going to go through everyone's name. Of course, my thoughts are with the big dog. I hope he is doing well right now, and hopefully he will be getting back to us soon enough. And I know Gridiron Girl. I don't know if I'd announced it, and I do apologize if I had not. But Gridiron Girl, her mother did pass away some days ago now. I believe it's 2 weeks. But we did not make an announcement on air, and I am sorry for that. But hopefully Gridiron Girl will be joining us as well. I want to give a shout out to a seminary brother. Tom Cote's birthday is today. I hope you're doing well, Tom, and look forward to speaking to you real soon. Let me see if there are any other upcoming birthdays. Yeah, here we go. This is in the Scorekeeper universe. So shout outs. Recently, it was author David Mack on the 12th. But upcoming, oh my goodness, Almighty himself celebrates on Monday. So an early birthday wish for Almighty. Of course, another classmate of mine, Trinidad Santana, is on the 17th. And a former co-worker is on the 19th. So actually, that is this week. Wait a minute, what's today? Yeah, today is the 14th. Carlos Ferraldo's on the 19th. James Haney, you may know him from Starship Excelsior. It is a very well produced and done internet program, Starship Excelsior. Shout out to them. Another seminar brother of mine, Anthony Tony Calvano, on the 20th. Happy birthday, my brother. And my sister-in-law, Chris Banales, is on the 20th as well. And another former co-worker of mine, Luis Cabral, is also birthday on the 20th. So happy birthday, one and all. Hope you guys are doing well. And yes, there's some Raider news that happened a day or two ago. And let me see. I believe I have it right here. They traded for a quarterback. Let's see if I have that article. Or maybe not. I am sorry. We'll see if we can get to it right now. But the Raiders traded for a quarterback. Please tell me you caught that one.
I have not.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, let me see. Let's go to the NFL real quick. Let's see. We've actually had quite a bit of news. I mean, it's a minor trade, but because of that deal. Okay, let's check out Raiders news. I am so sorry. I had it a moment ago, and I do not have it right now. Wow, I'm gonna have to see if I can get to that in a bit. So I'm so sorry, folks. They did a deal with the New England Patriots, and they brought a quarterback over with the 6th-round pick, and the Raiders gave up a 7th, or vice versa. They got a 7th, and they gave up a 6th-round pick. He's a backup on the Patriots, but obviously McDaniels and him, uh, you know. The Raiders trade wide receiver Bryan Edwards to the Falcons. This is 10 hours ago. Wow, so this happened late last night.
Wow. Yeah, they work late.
Yeah, the Raiders traded Bryan Edwards, a 7th rounder, to Atlanta Falcons for a 5th-round pick in 2023. Yeah, this one was just, well, it was reported during the day yesterday, I believe. The Raiders have traded wide receiver Bryan Edwards and a conditional 7th-round pick in the 2023 draft to the Atlanta Falcons for their 5th-round selection next year. Edwards, who's 23, has 45 catches for 764 yards and 4 touchdowns in 28 career starts, or 28 career games and 15 starts since being selected by the Raiders in the 3rd round of the 2020 draft. Wow. Not too bad. But I don't have the quarterback news. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that I don't have that one right now. But I guess, oh, there it is. And of course, I know the Raiders released quarterback Garrett Gilbert following the trade for Jarrett Stidham from the Patriots. And I believe this was on May 12th, 2 days ago. Reports that the Raiders were making a trade with the New England Patriots, sending a 6th-round pick in exchange for quarterback Jarrett Stidham and a 7th-round pick. There it is. Done. All right. I get out of my system. So, Aisha's asking, how is the big dog? The big dog is a very private person. So, I know it's, well, actually, I can't say. It's just he is a very private person, and he is withdrawn from the world right now. And I just hope he is doing better. I do. It's health related, obviously, and I'm not going to get into the full details of everything because it's not fair to him. He chooses not to share. And I just wish I could have. I wish I had more to share with you, but I don't. But he is alive and well, lurking on Facebook. So if you send him a message or a text, something like that, I don't know. He may respond, he may not. But I'm looking to have the big dog return to us soon enough. Hopefully he will. So, I don't know if you're going to be watching a lot of going back to the Thursday Thanksgiving games. You know that week the World Cup opens up, Speedy. So I'm taking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off. I have Thursday, and I'm off Friday anyway. So I'm looking forward to the fact that I'm going to be watching a lot of World Cup play, because in the first week of the World Cup is when you have like about 3 games a day. So that week, Speedy, I'm going to be drowning in soccer. I'm going to be drowning in football, and who knows? I'll be drowning in some other events. I am really looking forward to it. World Cup opens that Monday. Should be exciting. Another coworker and I is also taking the 3 days off. Yeah, we're going to be indulging. We're going to grow even bigger than we are now.
Yeah, it's funny you say that too, because last night, me and my neighbors, some of us had went down the street to a very nice Mexican restaurant, and they happened to be showing a soccer game. Okay, for all of you in Canada and Mexico, it's football. But yeah, that's what they were showing last night. Like, but they only had it on one TV. The other TV they didn't have on for some reason, so.
I did go out yesterday in between the negotiations. I went out to my local Applebee's. I don't know if you've been to Applebee's, but
I go a few times.
I purchased the wonton tacos, and they're an appetizer, and I also purchased the boneless, spicy, not wings, but they're chicken, like tenders, I guess. And they're not bad. The spicy buffalo flavor and sauce. I did have that yesterday. And a soda. I was offered a drink, and I said, if I'm going alone, I rarely ever drink liquor when I'm alone. If anything, I will drink a drink or two if I'm with someone, but I normally even don't drink. Since I drive, I don't imbibe of the spirits. I don't hold my liquor very well. I don't drink, and I get the impression that you don't either, Speedy.
No, now that I'm highly medicated, so can't do that anyways. Those days are gone. I think me and you would be like the comedian Gabriel Iglesias.
Yes.
I'm sure you've seen some of his videos, especially the one where he talks about Jaeger, but then when he's actually drunk, he can't say Jaeger correctly.
Yes. I'm a happy drinker. I get rather calm, and I've been told people can tell me when I reach that point when I am beyond tipsy, and I do have trouble with balance and stuff. So I'm not a fall down drunk, far from. I don't drink that much, but if I drink 2 beers in under 20 minutes, oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I just don't drink. I'm sorry, I don't. So, but I guess I was talking about doing that right now. So go figure.
Yeah, but then, like you said, some people shouldn't. Like people in my family, they have a few drinks and then all of a sudden, what, you want to fight? Fine, we'll fight then. It's like, okay, well now we got to call the cops now because everybody wants to fight each other. Then when the cops come and go, are you drunk? No, officer, I'm not drunk. But you're the one that started this. Was I? I don't remember. And they don't remember anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, folks, very quickly, we're going to switch over to Major League Baseball. We're going to go over what happened yesterday. The Reds 8-2 over the Pirates. The Brewers edged the Miami 2-1. The A-Holes 6-1 over the Nationals. The Tigers. Well, it looks like everyone can beat the Orioles except the Yankees. The Tigers doubled up on the Orioles 4-2. The Mariners 2-1 over the Mets. Big news, as you know, this week. Robinson Cano was dropped by the Mets and was released. And the Padres signed Robinson Cano for about $700,000. There's like 30 million or 40 million left on that deal. Wow. Hey, whatever. They, good for the player, stupid for the team. Rays 5-2 over the Blue Jays. The Padres 11-6 over the world champion Braves. The Red Sox 7-1 over the Rangers. The Twins 12-8 over the Guardians. The Yankees are taking it to the White Sox. They beat them 17-7 the day before, and now 10-4 last night. The hated ones, Speedy's team 8-2 over the Cardinals. America's AAA team 14-10 over the Rockies. The Diamondbacks edged the Cubs 4-3. And the Angels, who are really, really turning it on, 2-0 over the Athletics. And the Phillies beat Los Dodgers 12-10 in 10 innings. So, taking a quick look at the standings of Major League Baseball, and we will get to the hapless Harper watch. In the American League East, the Yankees are 24-8. Tampa Bay is 4.5 back. Toronto 7.5. Baltimore 10.5, and Boston 12 back. In the American League Central, the Gemelitos, Minnesota, 19-14, followed by the Chicago Black Sox, three games back. The Guardians 3 back. America's AAA team 6.5, and Detroit 9. In the American League West, the A-Holes 22-11. The Los Angeles Angels of Chavez Ravine are half a game back. Seattle is 7, Texas is 8, and Oakland is 8.5. In the National League East, the Mets are 22-12, followed by Philadelphia 5.5, Atlanta 6.5, Miami 7, and the Washington Nationals are 11 back. In the National League Central, Milwaukee 21-12, St. Louis is 3.5, Pittsburgh 7.5, the Cubbies 9 back, and the Commies are 12. In the National League West, Los Dodgers are 20-11, statistically tied with San Diego Padres at 21-12, and the hated ones are half a game back. That is big. Arizona's 3 back, and Colorado's 4.5 back. Folks, every team in the National League West is 500 and above. So that is clearly right now the toughest division in Major League Baseball. The best team in the National League right now, of course, statistically, is the Mets at 647. And the best team in the American League right now are the Yankees. And they are the best team in all of baseball by a lot. The Yankees are winning 3 out of every 4 games right now. They're 8-10 in their last 10, and they've won 5 in a row. They're outscoring the opposition by 66 runs, which is the second best in Major League Baseball. Los Dodgers are at a 74 differential. Wow. So Yankees are 24-8, 750. Look, I'm a Yankee fan. It feels nice, but even I know it's way too early. Your comments about the games and where we're standing right now, Speedy.
I think the games and the standings speak for themselves. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I wasn't able to watch the Giants game on Wednesday for a little bit, and that was going very well. So
The
doing good.
Angels. I'm sorry, Speedy.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's going very well for the Giants, and hopefully it continues.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the Giants are, what, 3 back right now? I just did
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And of course, Colorado's 4.5. The Angels tossed a no hitter on, I believe it was Tuesday. And on Wednesday, my other buddy, Peter, uh, you've known him. He wanted to go on Wednesday night. I think he was a tad offended. So I told him, no, dude, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm negotiating. And look, we finished up early this morning. Ugh, tired, I'm spent. But I'll have to follow up and see what the full details are. But it looks like our table closed yesterday, or was closed. We'll put it that way. And yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of negotiating for my friend too. My friend who, she's a nurse because, all these nurses are like, oh, well, hospital doesn't pay us enough and blah, blah, blah. And so, they still went to work, but, other than that, it's like, well, they got to give the job to Scabbers, basically. So it was nice not being able to go to work for a while, but, now they want to negotiate. And then my other friend, he's involved with construction, so he's been doing negotiating with whoever they work with every other Wednesday. It's like, I'm busy. So I'm like, well, I have nothing to do with that anymore. I used to worry about that when I used to work at Safeway because, grocery retail always have, you and Big Dog have been there.
Oh, yes. I was a retail guy. I'm done with retail. I don't know if I'd ever get another job in retail just because I'm an old dog now. Yeah, I'm done with retail. And I have fond memories of it. I love it, but yeah, I'm done. But
Yeah, there's a few strikes that I've had to walk through the picket line. They're like, don't you know that we pay for your salaries? We're here for you. You don't want to work with them. Don't ever come to the negotiating table, especially when we're here. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
wow. Yeah, it is a bummer, Aisha, having to take a driving test. Yeah, here in Southern California, or I should say in California, in the 80s when I first picked up my license, sometime in June of 1987. Oh my God. Yeah, I think it was like June 15th. For some reason, that date stands out. I still have my exam papers somewhere, the test that I took. And I somewhere probably still have the date. It was around June 15, 1987. But anyway, every so many years, you had to go back and retest. And if you didn't do well enough, you would have to take the driving test again. My memory is fading on that stuff, but you had to retest. Well, they did away with that. If you were able to maintain your license with no speeding, no, the points against you, then you don't have to do any of that stuff. And I have not taken a DMV test since 1987. Wow. It's 2022. It was 35 years ago, Matt, almost to the day next month. When I've been licensed for 35 years. Wow. And it's no accident that that's how long I've been in business. So you guys can tell right out of high school is when I started my self-employment stuff.
Wow. I was the only one in high school who didn't have a license. I didn't get my license until 2005.
But you got it right out of high school, right?
No, I graduated in 01.
Oh, so it did take a while. My daughter didn't get her license until she was 20.
Yeah.
Aisha says that she got her license in November of 1977. Where was I in November of 1977? I was 8 years old, and I was still playing Star Wars in my backyard. Yep. It was actually, no, I was not playing Star Wars because I don't think the toys were out yet. That's right. They were not out yet. I was dreaming of Star Wars. Star Wars was a major craze at that time as it debuted in May of 1977 that year. Wow.
Yeah, that is crazy. But that's why in 2005, all you see on Facebook is, well, I know, I just got my license, but my dad picked me to drive all the way to Roseville to go see my other sister, Rebecca.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of a drive from where you were. And at that time, that was a long trip for you.
Yeah. My sister Susan's like, are you crazy? My dad's like, he'll be fine. Don't worry. You know how us guys are. Me, I'm like, yeah, I get to drive all the way to Roseville.
Wow.
But then, later on came the wrestling shows, and, like I've told you guys before, started driving with the crew from here to Bakersfield, from here to Santa Maria. So close to you and Big Dog at the time, but, not close enough.
Yeah.
I don't know you guys then, but,
No, you didn't. And Speedy, we have to talk, pal. Seriously. On June 11th, that Saturday morning, Denali. I'm sorry, I mean Dreem. Dreem is going to be here on the 11th. And I'm going to invite Gridiron Girl over. Hopefully she'll be able to make it. I've got to officially invite her over. Dreem is actually coming over in a few days for graduations, family stuff. He's going to be here for about 2-3 weeks. I'm hoping to get 1, if not 2 days with him. But we're going to be doing the program right here in studio. I've actually got it all set up. I know you really can't tell, but I already have the camera there on this program. That's where Dreem was when we did the programs that evening. And that's right. He didn't do a sports talk with the guys. He did a DA verse episode. I know we did in the evening, and he spent the night with us. And I'm not sure how we're going to do it on Saturday morning, but we got to talk about getting you down here, Matt. It's yeah, we seriously got to do it, and hopefully the big dog will be here as well, and most of us will be together. That would be neat. So that's why I'm telling you now. He's going to be here on June 11th. Aisha says that she joined the Army in 1979, and the Army taught her to drive in Germany. She had a German driving instructor. Achtung! Oh!
Yeah, I could see that.
It was like, was los?
I could see that happening, especially with all the Medal of Honor, and all the other crazy video games that have come out over the years, and it's like, okay. And especially that movie. That movie based on the U-boat and everything, and where they have to sneak everybody in, and then they go, wait, I know you. You're so-and-so's son. Don't you speak half German? Yes, I do, sir. And then they go, you're going to infiltrate the German army for us. Because he's the only on the American team who can speak German. So he's got the headphones, and he's actually translating in both German and English to let the Americans know what the Germans are doing. It's like, they're going to fire a missile at us. And you just see this big missile, and he goes, we need to turn left. So they turn the little boat left, and then the missile goes past them. I'm like, oh my God.
I don't remember. For a moment there, I thought you were talking about U-571.
Yes, that's the movie I'm talking about. Yes, I love that movie. Bill Paxton.
U-571. I know that Aisha and our English brethren were unhappy with U-571 because it has to do with, of course, the German code, which I know this system, and I cannot remember it right now. But the Germans had an incredible system to decode and encode their messages. I cannot for the life of me remember what it is right now, but it has a major part in U571, which is a bastardization of what really happened. Our English brethren were very offended, saying it was us that got the machine. Oh my God, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, at first I kind of thought he was talking about Das Boot, which is Enigma. Oh my God, yes, Enigma. Thank you, Aisha. Oh, the memory's already going. Yeah, I have a crazy Jerry mindset when driving. Oh my goodness! And at one time, I was very fluent in German. The best U-boat film is Das Boot, folks. Yeah, and it might be one of the best movies of all time. Period. It's something to watch. Watching on television is fine, but if you have a chance to watch Das Boot on the big screen, wow, there is absolutely. It is one of those. I was going to say bootlicker. It's one of those bucket list items. Watching Joshua. It's funny how she says Jerry, folks. That is the code word, the Allied code word for Germans. As you know, the Americans have a code word for everyone, which really gets out. In World War II, the Germans were known as Jerry. Of course, in Vietnam, it was Charlie. And you guys remember this. We were really stupid, the big dog and I, because Forrest Gump had a lot to do early on in our radio programs. And I challenged people. I said, you know what? To help out our buddy, Forrest Gump, we put a bounty. Oh my God, this is horrible. Yeah, we did. Screw it. We joke about it. We put a bounty. We said, we will give $10 to anyone that could provide us a Vietnamese birth certificate with the kid's name as Charlie. I know it's bad. I know a coworker told me that his Vietnamese neighbor, his firstborn's name is Charlie. I'm like, oh my God! And you have to understand that was the code word for American service people in Vietnam. The enemy's name was Charlie. Oh my God! And in the movie Forrest Gump, remember he says, we were always going around looking for this guy named Charlie. We never found him. Oh my God. Oh, I have a very deep interest in military history. My book collection is full of military history books. So you should know what Charlie Victor means. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes. Aisha, I have read many books by William L. Shire. The Sinking of the Bismarck, The Story of World War II, and a few others. I've read Keegan's version of World War II. I've read many of books. I am a respectful armchair historian. I believe we should read our history to know where we're from, who we are, and what we are. So I think that is something that you and I have in common. Because I'm looking at all of my library, and I have many, many books. You can see, well, actually, I removed all the books back there. And the reason why my Star Trek uniforms are hanging, that's the Enterprise one right there. And that's from Picard. The reason why I have those is because I was negotiating, and we were on Zoom calls, and someone said, you don't have the nerve to put your Star Trek stuff up. I'm like, duh. Duh. And if you look closely, yeah, there's the lightsaber right in between the Star Trek uniform. Duh. So, yeah. I do have quite a bit of interest in history, and specifically, okay, I'm getting way off topic, but Roman history, of course, European history, the Arabic explorers, long before Columbus. There were some pretty ballsy explorers that are not mentioned in the history books and the stuff that they did. And I learned that in geography, which is really cool. As you know, I'm a geography kid. I study geology, and I get my rocks off in geology. I was losing my mind in Alaska, man, for all the geologic formations. God, it was incredible. But anyway, we're gonna switch gears, folks. We're gonna do the hapless Harper watch, and as you know, we love ripping in Mr. Harper. But boy, oh boy, we have to give credit where credit is due. Mr. Harper had the weeks that all of us would kill for. He is now okay for the week. He hit 481 with a 531 on base and a 1,000 slugging. He went 13 for 27. He hit 3 home runs, 7 RBIs, walked 4 times, struck out 5 times, stole 3 bases, scored 7 runs. The guy was a monster. A monster. But if you look at what he did this week, 481 over the last 7 days, what he did the prior 15 games, he's hitting a 341, or for the last 30 games, a 310. But for the season, he has gotten over, he's obviously been over the Mendoza line, which is 200. But the Noriega line, if you will, in retail, the Noriega line is $1,000 in sales a day. So just for what it's worth. I coined that phrase. If your store has $1,000 in sales, that's the Noriega line. So whatever. And I use it during tax season. Every day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, our goal is the Noriega line, which is $1,000 in sales. So sorry. So Bryce Harper, number 3, who's only 29 years old, rat bastard, is now hitting 291 in the season, 350 on base, and 948 OPS. Look, in today's world, those are good numbers. His ratio of home runs to RBIs 8-24. That's a 1-3. That is a very healthy ratio, folks. Look, I love ripping these guys. Harper had an awesome week.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Come on, man. Yeah. So, props there to Mr. Harper. He's been a target of this program now for 3 years. He's made it easy for us, but you got to give props as Speedy. And I'm not showing Speedy up by saying it. I'm like, yeah, he did.
No.
and good for him, folks. Look, he's our target because it's easy to make fun of him, but he's doing stuff that we all wish we could do. So.
Speaking of that, speaking of Harper, did you happen to catch the video message that I sent you on the Sports Talk with the Guys message?
About the umpire?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to give me a little bit more context of that? But you know what I stated. It was stupid. It was bad. I
mean, I found this video on Facebook Reel.
Do you have it?
No, that's why I sent it to you in the Sports Talk with the Guys message, because Facebook Reels, they don't stay up long.
Oh, and if you want to I do have it.
Yeah, I know you do. So that's why when I see those on Facebook Reels, I'm like, oh my God, I got to send this to Roger or Sports Talk with the Guys page so all the guys can either figure this out or explain to me what's happening here.
Okay.
And I believe this was a minor league game. I'm like, the hell? You can't just do that. And you even hear fans in the stand going, this is not Major League Baseball or something like that. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the video right now, folks. I'm sorry I'm going to have to do the voiceover, but good morning, cousin. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, Sergio. And there it is, folks. Check it out. This is absolute chaos at a UCF and Memphis game. I apologize for the imagery. I'm trying to get... Oh, hold on. I'm trying to get it to be a full screen, but I believe I'm not able to do that. But look, here it is. It looks like they're in the top of the first. Runners at second and third. Looks like there's one out. The pitcher's already thrown 20 pitches, and the count is 1-2.
Scorekeeper. I think you can make it full screen by hitting the button next to the volume button. There you go.
Your demand. Oh, sorry. Your demand. All right, here we go, folks. So I'm not able, because I'm not smart enough, I'm not able to get the volume to go. But here it is. Here's the pitch. Boom! High fly ball hit well and deep, and it's gone. So, all right, second home run, RBIs 1, 2, and 3 of the game. So pay attention. Uh-oh, here we go. They're measuring something.
What the?
Obviously, he got it wrong. They're like, oh, God. There's
a problem
with it. Called him out.
I mean, he's out.
Yep. Called the batter out.
Here comes the coach. What the hell, man? Come on, ump. This is not Major League Baseball. The other ump's like, yeah, but we're umpires. This is baseball. He's out. The coach is like, no. This is how baseball works. I've been doing this for years. Get out of my face. No, you get out of my face. No, you get out of my face. I want to talk to the original ump. He's the ump that called him out. The other ump's like, no, you're not coming near him. We got to protect our golden umpire here. Let's go. Oh, you're gonna take me out of the field? I'll eject you right now if you don't shut your mouth. You're out of here. You piss me off too much. What? Stay back. The rest of you stay back. Stay off the field. This is our field. We're the umpires.
Now the teams are coming out. And the ump's like, you're out of here. You're out of here. You're out of here. It's crazy.
But what was the original intent? Were they examining the bat, and that's why the umpires called them out?
Well, hold on, folks. Hold on.
Look at this. Even the bad boys were like, should we get involved? Did you see the camera on the bad boys? They were like, no, I think we're going to sit down.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I guess I lost the imagery. There was more to this.
Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. There was more to it, folks. But here's the thing. Watching the imagery, they reversed the call. And they said it was a home run. We're like, what the hell? And my comment to Speedy was bad umpiring. So look, here's the deal. What it looks like to me was the umpires were measuring first of all, there are specific measurements on the size of the bat, what you can have on the bat handle. And normally, when they bring the bat down to home plate, that is, I think, 30-some inches. I forget exactly. That is the most that you can have covering where the handle is. To give you an example, I believe... Oh, no, my bat's inside. Basically, from the handle on up, it cannot exceed the width of home plate. That's the measurement. And you notice when they got the bat, they went down to measure. So it could have been something, a sticker. It could have been stickum, the stuff that the batters use to get a better grip. Or it could have been what they wrapped around the handle is exceeded the width. And the moment it exceeds the width, it's automatic, folks. And the jackasses of the world, for lack of a better word, they say, oh, well, that had nothing to do with the game. Yes, it had everything to do. There are rules, and you have to follow them. And just because, oh, I'm sorry, it was an oversight. Bullshit. You're altering the game. the rules are what they are. I am a stickler for the rules, and when it exceeds, because it looks like to me they're saying it exceeds, but the umpires didn't call them out at that moment. They would have talked about it and said, "Can you believe this?" And I think it was the tape that was on the bat. It exceeded, and they're like, "Dude, are you going to really call them out?" And the guy's like, "But it exceeds it." They're like, "Oh, all right, go ahead and be a hussy. You do it." And the ump gets the bat, and he points at him, and he says, "You're out." And sure enough, it was a violation of the rules. It's not a spiritual violation. It was a physical violation. I don't know all the details, but looking at what happened, it was. Something was on the bat that exceeded the allowable limits. And the video that I saw reversed the call right after that, and I just lost my mind. And Speedy asked me in the chat, "Can you explain this?" No, it's bad umpiring. How can you say he violated it, call him out, and then reverse it? Oh, wait a minute. That was in June of 1983, Yankees versus the Royals, when George Brett had pine tar that exceeded. And everyone knew it. Billy Martin knew it. And when he hit the home run off Goose Gossage, they immediately went out to it and they said, "Okay, there it is, you're out." And George Brett had one of the biggest explosions ever on the field. And he violated the rules. Folks, and everyone loves to say, "Oh, well, it wasn't mentioned." Yes, it is. Only ignorant, dumb bastards. And I'm sorry, I'm angered by it because people are ignorant. They think that, okay, folks, our baseball team, our coach, sat us down before we even start, and you play out scenarios. If the ball's hit this way, the ball's hit this way, how do the fielders move? What do they do? What are the rules? We, forgive me, were schooled in the rules. We were told what you can do and what you can't do. It's an all-day class. You're there. You know what you can do and what you can't do. And there are those kids that aren't paying attention. Well, F them. They're the ones that always get caught in the rules violations because they're not paying attention. So there are obscure, arcane rules that only umpires and some managers know. Look, there's a rule in baseball that says that you cannot use a foreign substance, object, material, whatever, outside of your uniform to assist you to make a play. And reading that rules, you cannot use the fence to assist you to make to make a play. So when you jump up on the fence to make a play, well, you tell me, is that legal or not? It's in the rule book. So,
and the other thing that came out this week is that fans there's also another video about this that came out where fans are actually doing this again, and they're crossing over the white line no matter where they are. And then, players are like, umpire, that ball should have been caught, but the fan interfered. All these fans are interfering with my catch, routine that I got going on. Let's go back to 2016. Remember the guy who had the baby? And he leaned over the rail with the baby and he still caught the ball. But they said it was inconsistent because he got involved and should have never touched the ball, especially with the baby in hand. But over the years, more and more people are actually getting involved and going, "Look, I got the ball. I know it's an out, but I got the ball." And they're like, "No, this is fan interference. You can't do that." And fans are like, "Well, what's the purpose of letting us bring our own baseball mitts to the game if we can't use them?" And I'm like, come on, people.
There's an imaginary, where you have the fence, there's an imaginary line. Players, if the players lean over and lean in, the rules are if you go into the stands, you have to come back with the ball. And if you do not come back with the ball, it's foul, or if it's beyond the fence, it's a home run or whatever. If you go out of the field of play, you have to come back with the ball. If you are unable to, then yeah. The fans, if they lean over and they prevent a player from making the play, that should be fan interference every day of the week, all the time. And I believe at Dodger Stadium this week, there was a Dodger hitter that hit one that was like right on the fence, and the guy leaned over, made the play. He was a Giants fan, and he prevented his team from making a play. Hey, you know what? That was funny. And Dodger fans came over to console him. That was kind of funny. But he blew it. He interfered, but they didn't call interference because the fielder didn't even get a chance. It's just the ball was coming down, the angle, the arc, whatever you want to say, homage to Major League Baseball, the movie. And the fan just had his glove, made a nice play, but it looked like the outfielder did have a beat on it. But hey, you'll never know. So
Yeah, and then I see in the chat room there that pine is a domestic product, so George Brett was within his rules. So, I guess.
last night, top prospect Royce Lewis hit his first major league home run. Was a grand slam that ended up being the game-winning hit. Wow. Yep, that is a big deal. That is. Folks, we have quite a few people watching us now. It looks like our internet issues have passed. We're now well into our second hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys. That's Speedy, Scorekeeper. It's a glorious Saturday morning. Let us know who you are and where you hail from. We would love to know where the misery and agony is along with us on this glorious Saturday morning. I'm tired. 5 days of round-the-clock negotiations. I ended early this morning, folks. I still don't even know if we have a contract with my current employer. Okay, I mean that in a technical sense. It looks like the deal is done. I didn't think of being this far into the program, but I guess I have to get out of my system. For our employer, it is a record-setting deal. It's a record-setting deal. There is a lot in our future contract for the entire membership. There's a lot. Our table, the clerical table and the supervisorial clerical, we will benefit from the contract, but the way our tables were treated as a whole, no. We are the largest bargaining unit in our group, and no. I'm an ungrateful, spoiled brat to say what I just did, because I am looking at significant raises over the next several years. And I mean significant. I've never had cost of livings ever on the scale that I'm going to see over the next 3 years. But when it comes to language, bargaining, general treatment by our chief negotiators, it was unprofessional. It was, yeah. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not stupid. I know what we're going to see over the next so many years, and I'm eternally grateful. But the way our table was treated, it's not an issue of respect. It's not an issue of what we deserve. We know what we earned. During COVID, we know what we did. and the way that we were treated at the table. This is about being adults, and they failed. Flat out failed. And I'll leave it at that. So, I will move on. I know some of my coworkers will be watching this video, and those are my thoughts, and I'm going to let it be. So, it is what it is. So, I do apologize. I was way off topic there. I had to get out of my system. Royce hasn't played baseball in 2 years, and there was no minor league baseball 2 years ago due to COVID, and he wrecked his knee in last year's spring training. All he got was 100 at-bats in the minors this year until your favorite. Oh, stop it! Stop it! Coffee? 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 I spit you out, coffee. So it is what it is. We did get a shout out. Oh, good morning, Roz. Good morning. And we get a like. Of course, we've had the 3 likes from Aisha, from Sergio, and from Roz this morning. So thank you. And look, I've never had. Yeah, I'm packed to go on vacation again. Do you see these bags? I'm packed. So I need another vacation. There's no doubt. I sat here from 4:30 a.m. on Monday till about 2 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
Yeah. 6 days. Yeah.
Good morning, Rod.
So I'm like, but I maybe I did again. It may not be over. We have a 10 o'clock deadline tonight, so I have a sneaky suspicion. I'm watching my phone. We may have to meet yet again. So it's like, our deadline is 10 o'clock tonight, so we are technically still bargaining. But as far as my table is concerned, yeah. All right.
Well, speaking of bargaining, I hope they figure this out somehow. That the Mets Seaver statue actually has the wrong unit number on the statue.
Tom Seaver, yes. I cannot believe they blew that, man.
This picture is amazing when I saw the article this week, and I'm like, what?
Come on, man. Do you have the image? What they did, folks, it is historically incorrect. Yeah. The uniform number that he has, the style, I believe, is today's uniform numbering, right? But when he played, the numbers are incorrect. The style of them is that the way I read it?
There you go. I sent it in private chat, and you can share it with everybody.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get some imagery right now. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. I know most people are going to say, like, what the hell? I'm like, hey. If you're going to do it right. Otherwise, go home. So here it is. This is what everyone is talking about. Let me share this, but I'm going to zoom up. This is the statue that is now out in front of Citi Field.
Yeah.
And apparently the Mets Tom Terrific status has wrong uniform number font. So the team's new monument to its greatest player is magnificent, except for one mistake that everyone missed. So, as many of you know, the person writing this article at UniWatch, so it's paullucas.bulletin.com. It's a personal article on the internet. Basically, he says this, that, I think we have a comment. How about those Mariners? Yes. All right. We will get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
As many of you know, the gentleman contends that he's a lifelong Mets fan who grew up watching Tom Seaver in the 70s. So, like a lot of Mets fans, they were very happy when the team finally unveiled its long-awaited Seaver statue. By all accounts, it's a magnificent piece of work, and a fitting tribute to the team's greatest player. He hasn't seen the statue in person because he hasn't attended a game this season, but longtime UniWatch reader Steve Dodell recently saw it, and he spotted a surprising error in the rendering of number 41, and it's wrong. It doesn't have the little stub extending off the right side of the numeral. Dodell sent me a photo so he could see it for himself. So, here it is. I don't know if you can see the mouse, the cursor. This is the way the uniform is. It's missing stub. I'm sorry. It has a stub here for 4. It's missing it here. So it's inaccurate. It's historically incomplete. They got it wrong. Do it over. So it's minor, folks, but it is historically inaccurate. And I don't understand how they blew that. Seriously. But it's like they got everything else, but they missed the stub on the 4. And knowing the way, I'm really surprised. Yeah. I did comment about this early. So, yes, they signed Robinson Cano. And since the Mets released him, they're still like $30 to $40 million owed on that contract. The Padres are only paying about $700,000 prorated. So I think it's a good deal for the Padres. Because I believe there's some bat left in Robinson Cano. Speedy, go ahead.
Yeah, and then especially too when you go down to the next photo, that's even worse. Because right there, underneath that one, they did a side-by-side comparison with that one right there. How did they do this? They need to rectify this.
Oh, how do you rectify it when the team itself approved it?
That is terrible right there. Look at that. Side-by-side comparison. Yeah, the 4 is not even the same.
Yeah, they got it wrong. Yeah, the numbering scheme is just not there. So, oh wow, that's a nice image. William Behrens working the Tom Seaver clay model in his studio. Wow, I'm glad I saw Tom Seaver play in the early '80s, but then he was then with the Chicago White Sox, and it was even in his final days he was really good, and he was famous for dragging the knee. It was always dirty. I think look. There he is. And it's actually colored in because he would drag the knee. That was his trademark. You knew when Tom Seaver was pitching because he would drag that knee. He was a really good pitcher, even up until the very end. But obviously they made some significant mistakes on this. Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, some are saying they only need to change the number. Others are saying, no, they got to tear down the entire statue and rebuild it. And I'm like, well, I don't know anything about statues, so.
Yeah, I don't know how or why. I just don't know how they missed that. Yes, there are some inaccuracies, as some people would say, but come on. Get the damn uniform right. Get the numbering, everything right. You know, how hard is it? You're being paid an incredible sum of money to do that. Maybe I shouldn't see that thought all the way through right now. Anyway, this is Sports Talk with the guys. Home of the... Oh.
Don't lose your voice. Don't lose your voice.
Home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. That's Speedy. I'm the scorekeeper. Having a wonderful morning. We are 19 minutes into our second hour here. I guess the closer we get to 10 o'clock, I'm kind of worried that I may be called in. But I'm expecting to have the 3 hours minimum today, if not more. But Evernew is not following us this week. Evernew will be on next week. And I believe I am the guest for Evernew next Saturday. So next Saturday, I'm going to be on till about noon. Oh, wow. So I'm probably going to be putting in 6 hours next Saturday. Great. Awesome. So, folks, once again, I know it's a bit early, but if you have a chance, Sonoma is coming up next month on the 12th. So it's about 30 days away. The NASCAR race in Sonoma. It's a fun race, folks. If you're ever going to watch a race, a NASCAR event, the Sonoma road course is really, really cool. And it's really neat. Sonoma Road Course. When you look at it on Google, it is really neat because there are lefts, there are rights, there are ups and downs. It's uneven. It is a fun race, and there's a lot of nooks and crannies, curves and stuff. It is really, really cool. I'm gonna see if I can go over to Google real quick, and you guys can take a look at it. It's really cool. It is. You know, I am a casual NASCAR fan, and I do follow Joey Logano. I know I'm going to hear it from Coffee right now, but it is a cool course, and it's on my bucket list to go there. And oh look, here we go. I don't want to embarrass Speedy, but that's where Speedy lives, right in that area. So it's all cool. Where's Sonoma? Sonoma. Oh, is this it right here? Okay, Sonoma Road Course. Oh, spell it right, dude. There it is. The Sonoma Raceway. So if you look at the San Francisco Bay, it's huge. See? There. That's where Speedy lives. So anyway, it's right here, the Sonoma Raceway. Let's go to there it is. Look at that course, man. It's really cool. It starts off. Here's the alley. It's the race is the flag's right here. So it starts off. There's turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 3A, yeah, whatever, turn 4. Now, depends on what they're doing and when, but oftentimes it comes down here the chute. But I think they redid it where it's now turn 4, turn 5. Here's the carousel. They come back over here, turn 7, and then you have this turn over here, and it's got some turns and stuff. And if you're going to enter pit row, you've got to make the decision around here to get into pit row. Got to make the turn right in here, and here's pit row right here, which is really cool. So it's worth your time, dare I say. And good morning, Tony. Thank you, Tony Kanopka. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning. So appreciate we got the like. I'm going back to Facebook every now and then because I get some comments here and there.
Good morning, Tony. How you doing?
So, oh yeah, there it is. There he is. Coffee did say a few moments ago, Twins need some outfield help. Don't know why they don't sign Justin Upton. Well, if you want a statue out there, I guess Justin Upton would be just fine. But I think he still has something left in the tank. And I don't know if he still has that long-term deal. So I think he's done with it. I think the Angels signed him to like a 4 or 5 year deal. I think that one already ended. So, yes. Good morning. So, Speedy, what would you like to get to? We've been all over the place this morning.
Well, the family of EMU coach Fred Reed is devastated after he had passed away this week at 54 years old. So EMU football will need to, I guess, look for a new coach.
54. Wow. See, I'm 1 year away from that. Like, ugh.
Yeah. I tell you.
There have been a few passings recently. I talked about briefly the softball player, I believe it was the college softball player that passed away, and the college canceled. I think this was last week or the week before, where they canceled the rest of the season. Yeah, it's traumatic. I think she was only 20 years old. God, hadn't even begun to live yet. Uh, I'm trying to see. I am at a disadvantage, folks. I'm sorry. I did not have a chance to prep as well as I normally do, and I am sorry about that. There's quite a few things I saw late last night as I had finally a chance to start looking. I realized at about 10 o'clock last night, I'm like, oh my God, Sports Talk with a Guy. I think I programmed the episode at like near midnight.
Oh,
That's
wow.
how late it was, yes. Because I realized, I'm like, oh my God, am I going to do a program tomorrow? I was not going to do a program today because of the negotiations going on, but it looked like that I was going to have some time, and yeah. So anyway, I don't know if you did. I caught this. Almighty did send this over to us, or maybe it was Speedy, but there was bad news. The Broncos, Judy was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal tampering, folks.
Yes, that would be almighty.
I'm going to put the article in the chat room. I'm going to send it over to Speedy as well so you can take a look at it. But basically, yeah, just, oh my God. Denver Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy was arrested in Colorado on Thursday. The Arapahoe County Sheriff announced in a statement. Jeudy was charged with second-degree criminal tampering with a domestic violence enhancer, which is a misdemeanor charge. The 23-year-old was released on bond on Friday after spending the night in jail, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. Sheriff Tyler Brown said in a press conference Thursday that a woman who has a child with Jeudy called police in the morning saying Jeudy had some property of hers that she could no longer access. There was no physical contact between Mr. Jeudy and the female party. It solely involved property. The victim in Judy's case also addressed the situation Friday. Quote, I didn't want to dismiss the case. I just wanted the police to monitor the situation, the woman said, according to Troy Rank of Denver 7. Jeudy was not a threat. I didn't feel threatened, she said. In Colorado, second-degree criminal tampering is defined as tampering with property of another with intent to cause injury, inconvenience, or annoyance to that person or to another, or if he knowingly makes an authorized connection with property of a utility. When it comes to the severity of the charge, this is a very low-level misdemeanor, but we take all cases of domestic violence very seriously. It's important to make sure that the victims' voices are heard, and that's what we're doing right now. So, he may have accessed a phone, he may have accessed an email account, or the internet, or something using her identity. More than likely, that's what it was. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, in Colorado they have that long-standing crazy penal code, or however you say that word. But yeah, that's an actual law in Colorado. It is defined as tampering with evidence, and it is domestic violence.
Yeah. Yeah. That's you just don't mess with people's stuff. It's just the way it is. And a lot of people don't understand that just because you may have access to something doesn't belong to you, you can be charged and saying, well, I had access. When you're notified that you no longer have access, you're done. And if you didn't have permission to begin with, wow, yeah, it's theft. It is. It's
Yeah,
intellectual theft. And I'm glad they made it very clear in this case saying, hey, look, Didn't feel threatened, wasn't battery, wasn't anything like that. But the individual charging was denied access to something. So that's what I'm saying. It's either internet, email, could have been a phone. Wow. That's a shame.
Yeah, and that law applies almost everywhere because a few years ago, when me and my sister Susan went up to go see our old friend Rachel, I didn't feel like driving out there because, well, number one, it's in the middle of nowhere. Number two, I know nothing about tires, so I'm always constantly blowing out a tire. So we just decided, oh, okay, sis, let's take Amtrak up there. And she's like, well, I'll pick you guys up from Amtrak, meet you there. And we had an okay 2 week stay up there with our friend Rachel. But in the middle of that 2 weeks, excuse me, something had happened where old friends of ours, who she was letting them be roommates with her, she ended up kicking them out. This was weeks before we got there. And then during that time, we went to the mall in her area where she lives. And we came back, and my sister and her were like, hey, some of our stuff is missing. What's going on here? And then my friend Rachel gets a phone call. How do you like that? You like all your stuff getting taken, huh? That's why, I'm glad I still have a key. My friend Rachel's like, oh, hell no. Nope. Get off this call. And she hung up on her. And so she called the cops, and I was like, well, none of my stuff is missing. Because I did have an old friend of ours. I know him very well, too. Like, well, I think he knew better than to take my stuff, or they didn't pay attention that my stuff was there. So the cops came, and we were like, yeah, we know who they are. And because she thought, well, I have a spare key. And the cops were like, that doesn't matter. You were kicked out. You no longer have access there. That would be like Scorekeeper going, well, I gave Speedy a spare key, but he's no longer allowed here. Yeah, I'm going to have a spare key on me. I'm going to show the officer. Yeah, he gave me a spare key. And the cops are going to go, no, that's tampering with evidence, that's breaking and entering. You're now under arrest for breaking and entering. But then, of course, they're going to do their investigation. Scorekeeper, did he take anything from your property? Nobody was in here, and I have it all on video. So, yeah, they were charged heavily, all three of them. And so my friend Rachel asked the cop, can you please take the spare key off of her? She doesn't need it anymore. I'm letting somebody else move in. So they did that, and they're like, why'd you guys call the cops? I'm like, why'd you have to be idiots? You don't break and enter. You just can't do that.
Yeah, and yeah. Speaking of you can't do that, and he's having the Coke this early in the morning. Soda. Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Anderson Silva, the fights on May 14th today, are canceled after the death of the UAE president. Don't know if you heard this or not, but the planned event this Saturday in Dubai, featuring combat sports legends Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Anderson Silva, has been canceled following the death of United Emirates President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. So I didn't hear that the president passed away. So the fight is done. It's going to be rescheduled for May 21. So it's really today in 8 days or next week. I hadn't heard of the passing of the president. Ugh. And Tony's comments, and I apologize, Coffee. I'll get to those in a moment about the hockey. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you for the updates on that. And you know what, Tony, we'll get to yours in a moment. The Wild got eliminated. Nobody showed up for the playoff series, but superstar Kirill Kaprizov, and it's impossible for one guy to win an NHL playoff series. but he tried by scoring 7 goals in 6 games. Folks, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, that's a huge series. And I've talked about that, and thank you, Coffee, for that. Oftentimes, you have it on the losing side that they score more goals, they do much more, that they easily, even on the losing side, deserve MVP votes. It's happened once. I forget where in baseball, where it was a series and the team that lost, the one guy that was a loser clearly was the MVP, but you lost. So I don't know if they gave it to him or not. I think they did. And it was the first time ever in Major League Baseball that a losing team had the most valuable player for the series, which is really kind of cool. A little bit of trivia. But yes, Mr. Kat Brizov, I've always said with a little help from his friends, they could have advanced. 7 goals in 6 games? Come on, man. How the hell did you lose? And 3 in wow. So, Coffee says that 3 games today, which is really cool. Coffee, I'm telling you, today is going to be a day of rest. I have stuff I need to do, but I'm going to get it done within the first 2 or 3 hours. I'm looking forward to it. If Roz is still here, I got it out of my mailbox at like 11:30 last night. I got the messages late. Here it is, Roz. So only Roz knows what this is, but it's sorry. Here we go. There it is. For those of you that know and don't know what it is, some people refer to this as a crimper, but now on a professional level, we now have a seal that we're going to be using for business. And forgive me a moment. Oh, I think it's locked. Yeah, it is. It's locked. All right, there it is. Which I'm going to have to buy a crimper because, oh my God, I have my notary test on June 4th, Saturday, yeah. But we have a crimper now for our seals. Just to give you an idea what this is, here are my notes for today's program, Sports Talk with the Guys. And this is what this does. It puts your official seal on there. And there it is. I know you can't see it, but it has the official seal, which is really kind of neat. Yeah, you probably can. Oh, yeah, there it is. You can see it right there.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's coming in.
But you feel it, and it's real. It's really kind of neat. So I'm going to be buying another one. I've been wanting to get one. I didn't realize that they're really that inexpensive, which is really kind of cool. So
that is cool. It kind of like watching that. It kind of reminds me of some of these sticker books that used to come out in the 80s and 90s, where you would put the sticker on the book and then peel it off because the sticker showed something, but you had to wait. All you 80s and 90s kids know what I'm talking about, right? You had to wait for it to be revealed, and it would slowly start to appear, and then you'd compare it side by side, like we just did with that drastically terrible baseball number image that is going to get picked somehow. But you do a side-by-side comparison and go, here's the sticker. Here's the actual stamp in the book. Yes, they're identical. It's cool. It's starting to show. I can see it now. Yeah, so that was cool. That's what that reminded me of. And Coffee, I watched that Dallas game last night. The Flames, I can't believe that. 42, Dallas Stars win, only because I don't know why the referees, and I should have, something told me last night to record this moment and put it on Facebook, and I did not do it, because the announcers were like, they said it 3 times. What are these referees doing? There's icing in multiple plays, and the referees never called icing. And this was in the second period. And I'm like, ref, that's icing. And this was after Dallas had already scored a goal, and then 5 minutes later they scored another goal, and Calgary is doing icing right in front of a referee, and they don't call it. And the announcers were like, we give up. I don't know. But the way this game is going, it looks to be favoring Dallas. And it's like, well, I don't think these referees are Canadian fans in Dallas. I don't think they would be doing that, like trying to help Calgary win by cheating. And then it happened again. This was right before 8 o'clock last night. I'm like, I can't watch this anymore. I ended up changing the channel. So, and we've talked about this before. It's not just the NFL. It's not just baseball. I think referees across the board in all sports need to be retrained or something. We know Scorekeeper's big opinion about baseball many times.
Look, I've dealt with umpires all the time. I respect an umpire's opinion. They have to make a judgment call. Look, I've dealt with dirty umpires, and there are ways. I've had dirty umpires choose not to play against us. No, we didn't threaten the umpire. No, we didn't TP the house. We didn't damage their vehicle. But there are things during the game that you can do, and you can dissuade the dumb bastard from wanting to umpire your game again. Anyway.
Anyway, like I said, so I came back later and they were like, well, that's the game. Dallas Stars have won 4-2 with Calgary, one seed behind. The series tied 3-3, and we'll be back again tomorrow. And I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, just very quickly. Okay, I'm going to sidetrack. We're going to get back to the hockey because we're getting behind on the comments. Tony, how about them Phillies taking it to the Dodgers? Urias is on the mound today, so I don't expect nearly as many runs. Yeah, that kid Urias is good. But before you came on with this...
Scorekeeper, did you mute yourself?
No. Are you able to hear me? How about now? No? You're unable to hear me? How about now? Oh, thank you, Tony. Tony hears me.
Okay, so you hear Scorekeeper or only Scorekeeper and not me, because now I can't hear anything.
Yeah, you. All right, thanks, guys, for that, letting me know.
Well, this doesn't work. Now I can't communicate with Scorekeeper.
Okay, let me send Speedy. Oh, yes. We hear you, Speedy.
Well, you hear both of us.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, hopefully he'll be able to get back on with us in just a moment. Okay, anyway, he's probably going to have to reset. You may need to log, or wait, you may need to close the browser. Okay, we'll see. All right, folks, just very quickly. Use sign language, Speedy.
Yeah, sign language. I won't be able to do that.
Oh my God! In Scrubs, there was that great moment. I'm going to see if I can find it. But anyway, just very quickly, I did comment, Tony, before you arrived, about the hapless Harper watch. We have to give credit where credit is due. Harper's on fire, and yeah, they're taking it to the Dodgers. They beat him yesterday. I think it was 12-10 in extra innings. Yeah, the Phillies have come to play, and Harper is having an incredible time. And it's good to see Harper doing well. He's just one of our targets because he earns so much money, and it's just it's just easy to make fun of him. I don't have anything against Harper. It's just Adam Dunn retired, man. We need another target, and that's him. So, yeah, I just wanted to get to that, Tony. Yeah, there's a lot. The Phillies are doing very well, so it's good stuff. Now I didn't know about that, Aisha. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I better make a note of it now. Um, the little name stamps. I have to order. Oh my god, this is crazy. My signature goes on way too many documents now. I am ordering a signature stamp, and it's gonna have a crimper as well. I'm thinking of going out of my way to. There's Speedy. There's Speedy.
Okay, well, I heard you for like a second. There we go. There we go. Okay. Wait, what? What was going on here?
I know, that was messed up. I was just pantomiming. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
What happened in the last 3 minutes?
Actually, we did lose you for about a minute, and I'm glad you closed the browser and started back up. Sometimes we just lose the connection, pal. So I'm glad you're still with us right now. I don't know where I was going with that one, but yes. Oh, about the signature stamps. I'm going to be doing that, and I'm thinking of actually putting an official seal on documents because something happened this year that I'm actually going to have to take to arbitration. I haven't announced it to anyone, but folks, if you're ever in business, don't deal with your family. Don't do anything for them. Don't ever. Because I have one stupid, whoring slut bitch who's not even related. It's only related tangentially. She has falsified claims. I've never had a claim like this in 35 years filed against me. And I'm going to win this. This is how ignorantly stupid they are. I have transmission proof. I have electronic copies, but they're saying that I submitted a document on their behalf via paper, and they got real smart. They actually forged my signature, and oh my god, I shouldn't even be talking about this right now. They found my signature from 10 years ago, and it looks good. It really does. But the idiots don't know that I changed my signature about 3 years ago. And I've been very consistent about it. And I'm like, yeah, nice try, boys and girls. And it's like, oh my God, this is going to be beautiful. I'm serious. That's why I'm just, but anyway, the point is, don't get involved with family. Just don't. This stupid whoring slut bitch, she's not related. And I'm just,
So you're saying the signature from 10 years ago is not going to match your signature of today?
Right. Yes. And I'm not even going to mention how or why, other than it's everywhere. It's on my ID. It's on my signature documents at my place of employment. I don't sign the way that they say I did, and I haven't been doing it for about 3 to 4 years. There's a consistency, and it's just everything I've done is. I'm getting old. I shortened my signature. That's it. And they found one from years ago, and I gotta tell you, it was actually well done. But I'm into handwriting analysis. I can I can tell. Okay, folks, let me show you something. This is a gel pen. As a notary, if someone brings a gel pen to me to sign, I refuse it. I tell them, you cannot use a gel pen. You cannot use, it has to be a ballpoint pen. And the reason being, when you have a ballpoint pen, you can detect the imperfections in the signature, because if you have a gel pen or an ink pen, like a roller ball, the ink flows through and it's kind of equal. You cannot tell where the person puts pressure, where they don't. Stuff. There's a lot of technical things. On a ballpoint pen, you can do that. So I guess this is a little training class. If you want the signature to hold up under the law, you make sure it's a ballpoint pen, black or blue ink, and that's it. So if they use another color, you can't. But anyway, I can tell that this forgery that was done is very well done. But I can point out, I knew right away, oh, it's fake. And I'm not going to get any more into it because, like I say, when you check out, sign your name on a piece of paper, use a ballpoint pen, and you'll notice the pressure points where your hand lifts off the page. Oh my God, there's so many things that you can do. And I got to give it to them. They practiced. It was a good job. But I myself, who know handwriting analysis, I'm like, oh, I found they're subtle, but I found 8 imperfections, which number 1 does not match. And 2, I stopped signing that way 4 to 5 years ago. So anyway.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, both gel pens are not good enough for writing purposes, which is why 2 of my sisters and their daughters love to use it only for art purposes. Now, I know that in the last few years, parents versus their child going to court, mind you, has been a thing, Scorekeeper, here in the United States for a while. We know the first one was the one girl who was like, I'm suing my parents and blah, blah, blah. Imagine if I had done that as a kid myself. Because what happened was there was I think it was, no, it was something that I needed to do on attending something that I wanted to attend, but I was behind on some homework, let's just say, and so the permission slip was given out. And they're like, all you kids take this permission slip home. And I was like, well, I'm kind of busted, so I can't really attend the field trip. But then I get home and I'm like, I know what I'm going to do. Scorekeeper, to this day, had cell phones been a thing back in the 90s, I would have taken a picture of it. I would have documented for documental purposes only, but you would have seen my mom's writing and my writing were perfect. It looked just like her writing. I carefully forged her name on a permission slip, and I went, here you go, teacher. I can go on a field trip. She would never known until, a few days later, Matt, I heard that some of your friends went on a field trip. When was this? I'm like, well, I don't know. I think that was on a sick day. And then she had to recollect, and she's like, that was a Tuesday. I'm like, yeah, that was a Tuesday. She's like, oh, that's right, yeah. You were here with me. Oh, but boy, had she ever found out, at the teacher, teachers were like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a signature, it's good.
Yeah.
Nowadays, everybody's making sure, is this legitimate enough? Is it real enough? Am I looking at this correctly? Now everybody's trying to be a cop now.
Thank you, CBS, for all those
Yeah.
cop shows.
Yeah, exactly. No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
Because if all this stuff now had been around back then, they would have been like, this is not your mother's signature, this is yours. You forged her name. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did, and what of it? I actually was able to forge. I'm sorry. I never. Okay, in school, of course, I did. I
Yeah.
signed for my mother much and often. My brother's was real easy to kind of. You see, I watch how people sign, how they grab the pen, and I remember I had a high school math teacher that's how he would grab his pen. And it was interesting how he would write, and I thought that was rather awkward, but that's how he learned, and he did that. My brother would sign the pen or he would sign like that. So when I'm not saying that if you want to forge someone's signature,
No, that's not what we're saying at all.
but you need to look at how they sign.
Forging.
It's a lot easier to duplicate the signature when you look it out. Yes, Ross, that's what I'm talking about right now. I actually showed it off. Yes, there it is. I got it from my mailbox at like 10:30, 11:30 last night. So there it is. There's the seal. It's really kind of neat. That's why we're kind of talking about this, but we're way off base, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah. But as I'm trying to say, Sports Talk with the Guys is not condoning forgery.
Right. No, this was just a pastime.
Yeah. This was our past, you know.
I only did it when I was in high school, and I was not 18 yet. So that was it. Actually, I never did it in high school, now that I look back. It was middle school. Yeah, because when I was in high school, my parents never signed anything because I lived at school. So I was there. They signed everything, and it was my mother that signed everything. And she had a really beautiful signature. I think I've commented, but she had an S that was like, I never got the S. And my sisters also said, yeah, I couldn't do mom's S. Which is really funny when you have your siblings talking about it. I absolutely condone forgery. Well, coffee, Merry Christmas. Good for you.
Yeah, coffee, if anything happens that's related to us, we're going to throw coffee under the bus. I'm sorry, pal, but we're like, officers, don't arrest us, arrest Coffee. He's the one that told our viewers to go ahead and do this crime.
And I admit I am along with that we do not condone any actions. It was just a conversational piece.
No, but I understand what you were saying about the girl, the woman that's not related to you at all, because I've learned by watching mainly both my grandma's, my mom's mom, and my dad's mom, and I've learned from watching other adults over the years as I got older. I'm like, oh, that's how they do that. So, you know, by the time I was 16, 17 years old, I figured it out, and it's too bad that, you know, back in 2004, 2005, they were like, California does not need cursive in classes anymore. I'm like, well, why would you eliminate that? And then they started eliminating other things. Among the favorites of mine was woodshop class. I love woodshop class. They don't do that anymore. But cursive,
no.
I'm sad that they don't teach kids cursive anymore. That's why a lot of my signatures are like, it just looks like chicken scratch to people, and they're like, at first, you know, the banks were like, we need a legitimate signature. I'm like, sir, that is my signature. That's how I write my name in cursive.
That was stupid for them. We need a legitimate signature. I said, how about we get a legitimate human being?
Yeah. Not a robot.
A moron.
But, you know, when when I started making car deals and buying all these cars and stuff, and I'm like, here, I'm trading this car in. Here's my signature. Okay, thank you for your John Hancock. We'll approve this. Here's the keys to your car.
Wow. Oh, we need a legitimate signature. Whatever. Aisha, thank you, young lady. Thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you,
And
Aisha.
go take care of your mom. Say hi to her. I hope she's doing well. Seriously, thank you, Aisha. And hopefully you're doing well as well. So we'll be speaking to you sometime soon. Folks, it's strange. This is my first day of contact with the outside world because I've been in a wind tunnel. And I did get a text message this morning. I was like, So we're gonna have a meeting soon, but not yet. So we'll see. I think we're still gonna be able to do the program in its entirety. So
Yeah, but in case we don't, let's get to this because we've talked about this before, Scorekeeper. All of us guys, when all the guys were here, even when Dreem, even when Sonny Clark had joined us one time, we've all had our opinions about him, and we've all come to the same conclusion about Stephen A. Smith, and that now also might include Micah Parsons from the Cowboys. Because the NFL schedule release, and we talked about that earlier, you can look that up on the information for the internet yourself about the new schedule that the NFL just released. But Stephen A. Smith made a video on Twitter, kind of mocking Micah's personality, the way he talked with his southern accent on Twitter. Not only did Smith's video go viral, it caught Micah's attention. And normally people are like, yeah, it's Stephen A. Smith, whatever. Oh, no, not this Cowboys player. He's not going to let this go. He didn't let Stephen A. Smith off the hook either. He sent him a personal message on Thursday. He said, man, I know you really want to be one of us. We'll take care of you, man. The hate can't last forever. So you got to deal with me. I mean, I know Stephen Smith has never been fond of most NFL players. I mean, he always talks about his dream of being one. Well, maybe they should next year let Stephen A. Smith do a tryout with any NFL team. See if he can handle it. Because one of their major tests is the 100-yard dash, Scorekeeper. I mean, yeah. I've never seen Stephen A. Smith run, but you have to be really fast on that run. He might not pass.
Yeah, you have to. I actually can still run Latin. I haven't done. Well, actually, I'm unable to run right now because let me tell you, ever since I rolled my ankle up in Alaska, I still have problems. I am using a cane, embarrassingly enough. I use it for balance, and I don't use it all day, so I have to take it with me, and I may have left it inside. So what I use it is for balance when I get tired. Like say, if, when I went out to a restaurant yesterday, I was able to go, but when I was making my way back to the car, I was a tad tired, and I had to slow it down. So I'm using it for balance. I rolled my ankle, bruised my heel, but once I'm better, hopefully, man, this is still going to take some more weeks. That's the problem. So I just have to watch what I do, but after that, I can still run, and I would want to run. So I would accept the challenge, but I would start running, and they'd already be done. Because those guys are fast in the 100-yard dash, man. Can you still run there, Speedy, knowing that you're like 30 years younger than I am?
I'm sure I can still run.
I wonder if I could outrun you. I was very, very fast when I was younger. I told you I used to pinch run on my team. I actually got into more games as a pinch runner or a defensive replacement than I actually did in pitching. Because I was the 9th man on our 8-man pitching staff. That's right. So
Yeah,
I've got into quite a few games.
one day we'll have to catch that on video.
Oh
Me versus
God.
Scorekeeper, and we'll see who the fastest runner is.
2 Latin kids. That's funny. If they see us running and there's a cop, you and I will be arrested. Why the hell you running, boys? First of all, thank you for calling me a boy, which I'm probably older than you, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, here we go. Coffee says 100-yard dash means nothing. Legitimately nothing. Larry Fitzgerald Jr. had one of the slowest receiver times ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did okay. Yes, I would agree that he did. That's funny. Now, the whole thing about Micah Parsons and Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith said later on, dude, I have no hate for you guys. It's all love, just fun and games. But then, damn, and he does hashtag, or, well, not hashtag, but he directs at the Dallas Cowboys fans. Truly do get on my nerves. I've told you, I have nothing for Dallas Cowboy fans. I think they're harmless. They love their team. The fans that get on my nerves are the Cincinnati Reds fans. So to get under my skin, the big dog always says, and Scorekeeper's second favorite team, the Reds. Like, where's Easton? Where's Easton? Oh my God. No. I have Reds fans, they're sick, folks. They're sad, they're pathetic. Ugh. You want proof of stupidity in anything? Talk to Reds fans. Because they will, it doesn't matter when, they will prove to you why the Reds are the greatest team on that day against everyone and anyone else. They are always the greatest team. They're the Reds! They're the Reds! That's it! Kami Pinkos. Sorry. That was bad. That was bad. Oh my God. But Reds fans are so easy to make fun of. So Stephen A. Smith, I get it. Mine is not love though for Reds fans. I just have nothing for them. But hijos de su madre. So Coffee did comment earlier about, and I misunderstood it. I knew there were 5 projected game 7s this weekend. And today, as Coffee commented, there's 3. Yes, Brandon Drury is on fire. Yes, and it's good to see. So, I was going to go to the NHL right now. They're in the second season, which is that was a Freudian. Went to the NFL, NHL. Speedy did comment about this earlier. I'm going to go over the games real quick on where they are in yesterday's games. And again, Speedy did comment about this. The Rangers 5-3 over Pittsburgh. Its series is tied 3-3, and Florida took it to Washington in overtime 4-3. Florida wins the series in Game 6, 4-3. I think I said that. I'm now stuttering. The Dallas tied up the series against Calgary 4-2, so it's Game 6. So today, Boston at Carolina, winner take all. Series tied at 3 at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Tampa Bay, Toronto, 3-3, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Game 7. And the Kings are playing Edmonton. I think I'm going to have to watch this game. 10 p.m. Eastern Time. It's on ESPN, CBC. Wow, the LA Kings versus the Edmonton Oilers. Oh, I'll be watching this game. And then tomorrow, on the 15th. Pittsburgh versus the New York Rangers. Series tied 3-3, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on TBS. And Dallas visits Calgary at 9:30 p.m. on ESPN2. Series tied at 3. 5 game sevens over the next 2 days. Wow. So the first game is Boston, Carolina. Coffee, I think I'm going to be watching a few of those myself. Guys, game 7. Speedy, in any series, game 7 is the best game, is it not? I mean,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
There's no tomorrow. It's as a coach, when game 7 shows up, you tell everyone, guys, you be ready to play today. There is no tomorrow. And that's why sometimes in Major League Baseball, the conference championship is like even better than a World Series game. Not always, but it can be because there's no tomorrow. Winner goes to the World Series. And there have been some incredible game 7s over the history of baseball. Obviously in hockey as well, and in basketball. So this is crazy. 5 game 7s in the next 2 days. Wow. Forgive me a moment. Oh. Sorry. I had to clear the noggin there for a moment. So what are you going to be doing today, Speedy?
Well, I will not be watching USFL or hockey today. I might catch some of it, but hey, I've got a kid's birthday party to attend pretty soon.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that is cool, dude. And I didn't do our usual look at the USFL as I do, and I apologize, folks. I love doing this. There it is, the logo USFL. I have another one, which I believe I can use right here. Yeah, there it is.
There we go. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving over to the USFL for right now very quickly. There it is in team news, of course. Let's go over the standings very quickly. In the North, the Generals are 3-1, the Stars are 2-2, Panthers 1-4, and the Maulers are 0-4. In the South, Stallions are 4-0, the Breakers are 3-1, the Bandits played, they're 3-2, and the Gamblers are 1-3. So the Panthers, yeah, they're 1-4. So they played yesterday, and here are the results. Friday, the Tampa Bay Bandits improved to 3-2. They beat the Michigan Panthers 27-20 at Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama. Today's game is at 12 p.m. I'm hoping to watch this one. The New Orleans Breakers 3-1 versus the New Jersey Generals at 3-1. Should be good. On Sunday, the Birmingham Stallions 4-0 versus the Philadelphia Stars 2-2. 9 a.m. Pacific time. That game is going to be on NBC. And then at 1 p.m. tomorrow on Fox Pacific time, the 0-4 Pittsburgh Maulers visit the 1-3 Houston Gamblers. Yeah. No good. All right. And next week on Game 6, Week 6, there's only going to be games on Saturday and Sunday. Week 7 to be determined, but really good stuff in the USFL. So there was a league rule change which happened. It was announced. We posted it on Sports Talk with the guys. Don't know if you guys caught that or not about the USFL scoring. Let me go over it real quick. And it was an announced rule change. So it reads, statement from Mike Pereira, head of USFL officiating. Last week, the Michigan Panthers scored a touchdown with 5:27 to go in the second quarter. Head coach Jeff Fisher decided to go for a 1-point extra point option. After the ball was placed, ready for play, Jeff Fisher called a timeout and wanted instead to attempt a 2-point try from the 2-yard line. The officials properly denied his request, as the rule states that once the ball is made ready for play, a coach cannot change his original decision. Starting in week 5, this weekend, the USFL has accepted a proposed rule change from Jeff Fisher that will now allow a coach to use a timeout to change his original point option. If the ball has not been snapped and the offense has not committed a pre-snap penalty, also, if the defense fouls before the ball is snapped, the scoring team will be allowed to change their option and have the penalty yardage enforced from that spot. And that's from the USFL. So it's kind of cool. A in-season rule change. It's on our sports page on Sports Talk with the Guys on Facebook for additional details if you want to check it out. All right, Speedy, what's next?
All right, well, last week you weren't able to get it, but this week I've got it. Going back to last week where we talked about, just very quickly, well, yep, I'll let it play out for itself.
Here's Ruda in. Morgan Riley gets his jersey down and he popped him right there when he was down. That's what made him bleed. It was over. So it was happening everywhere all the time.
Yeah, they showed what actually happened and who started the fight. It was actually Riley that started the fight from last weekend's hockey game between the Leafs and the Lightning. But it was also interjected with this one.
Everybody got involved, and here it is. It almost seemed to be diffused, and then Simmons goes after Hedman, and now you got Labushkin. It's a hard punch from Perry, and the one is Morgan Riley ended up in a couple of different fights. Found himself trying to hold off Maroon. That happened for a while. And then he ended up the 244s later on, and it's Maroon got away from him.
Yeah, that's the one we were talking about. The 244s, both player 44s from both teams. Remember, they were trying to, the player from the Leafs was like, dude, just let it go. We'll figure that out later. Let the referees handle them. And remember, we Scorekeeper showed it to us last week where he's trying to just, turn around and make sure he's going like this, holding him back, but making sure his teammate at the same time is okay. And then once he turns around to look at him again, and that's why their fight broke out between them. That's why we heard the answer going, oh, now they're going at it. What the hell? I thought they were cool. Obviously not. So, there were some suspension and some fines. Some people weren't sure, but Perry got $25,000 fine. Maroon was fined $2,250, and Simmons for initially starting everything, as you heard in the first video, was fined the same amount for his actions. Because remember, at first, nobody knew what the heck was going on, because at the very same time, remember, this is when they were just going to commercial. Mm-hmm. Kyle Clifford was ejected 15 minutes before the commercial, so we know what that was about, because he broadsided Ross Colton in the first period, which earned him a one-game suspension, which was probably this week. I don't think he played this week at all. But yeah, Simmons was fined for, reasons because they all came to an agreement, and, most people would have been like, I didn't do that. It was a case of nobody was going to admit anything, but Simmons did. Simmons was like, I'll man up. I confess. I went after Ritter. He said something derogatory, which I won't repeat to me, but that's what I took offense to, and I just started beating the crap out of everybody. So like, okay, well, since you admitted everything, thank you for admitting it, but you're also fined the same amount.
Yeah. That's good. Fine them, move on, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. There was a lot of blood in that fight, man.
I mean, I'm never going to forget, as long as I live, the look on Ruder's face when he's looking up at the screen and going, oh my God. Because, at first he didn't know. He didn't know how bad his cut was until a teammate and the referee were like, dude, you need to go see medical attention right now. He's like, no, that's why you see him on video going, he's shaking his head, and they're like, no, dude, you look bad. You're bleeding and puking all over the floor here. It's all from your head. And then, he goes, oh, okay, I'll go see medical. And that's why you see him go like this, and he looks up and he goes, because he's looking at the Titantron at the very same time that he's holding his head, and he goes, oh my God, look at all this blood all over me.
Yeah,
and he realized that his teammates and the referees were correct. He's like, yeah, I got to get out of here. That's why he goes and seeks medical attention for all the blood he got.
Yeah, it was a lot.
And I think I'm gonna leave that article saved on this computer here, because that was an amazing fight.
You know what? We hadn't seen one like that in a little while. Yeah, and yeah, I commented about that, which I missed it. When you're holding the other guy's jersey, the first one that can pull that jersey up is the one that wins.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man, because they pull that up and then they just start railing. Look, I'm not for violence and everything, but I'm an old guy, man. I find it amusing because wow. I was watching a video. I can't play it on my computer though because I don't have the proper connections. Where the player's like, "Oh yeah, you touch my goalie, you scraped his arm, his hand. You don't touch my goalie." And he's like, "Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it?" It might have been the same play or same events, yeah. And it was cool. The guy's like, "Oh, you're not touching my goalie. Touch him again. I'm gonna end. Oh, what are you gonna do about it?" And the refs start coming close because what are you gonna do about it? It's like, oh man, on the schoolyard, guys, right, Speedy? That is the fighting words. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
yeah. That's where everyone stands up to try to break it up. Oh, those are the magic words. Tony, what were the magic words in your part of town? That's generally, I think, everywhere. Coffee. And Coffee, thank you for the updates. Seriously, I appreciate it. That's why I'm posting all this stuff. What were the key words? Because I guess Speedy and there might have been others. But remember, in high school, I was deprived. I went to an all-boys school. Go ahead, Speedy.
Well, I think, not just here in California, I think everywhere, everyone had the same, the same way of talking to each other about it. Because even growing up, it was like, oh, you want to fight after school? Well, yeah, I'll see you on the schoolyard. I'll see you back on the playground. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what happens then. If I beat your ass, then I beat your ass, and we'll see what happens. And that's generally where things picked up. But then by high school, it was like, we'll do this behind school property. I don't know why we did that. I guess because high school was different because, it's less congregated than elementary school. Because in elementary school, you had a whole bunch of yard duty teachers watching. It's like being in prison because they're always there watching everything. And I think that's why in junior high and high school, it was like, let's do it back there. Because nobody's back there. Nobody's behind school property anyways. That's why a lot of our fights in junior high and high school moved to the back of the school. And it took, security and the principal at least 15 to 20 minutes to finally go, what's going on back there? Well, we all got to go. Let's go. Come on, move it. Break it up. All right, that's enough. You and you two, go to the office right now.
I remember being older and, from high school, where if the kids were going to fight, look, they're going to do it for whatever. But I remember driving to my neighborhood one time, and I was in my early 20s, and these kids, I don't think they were high school. I think they were probably 7th or 8th graders, which is junior high. And there was about 5 or 6 of them. Oh, okay, there, look. I'll tell my story in a moment. Thanks, Tony. We would go across the street from high school to fight in a field behind a gas station. That's what the Speedy was saying. Yes, it's what you do. That's when you knew it was serious. It's like right here, that time. And that was it. It was just done.
Yeah.
Look, I went to an all-boys school. We were studying, our faith and stuff, so we didn't have any of that. But we had the gamut, man. I was one of the taller ones as a freshman. I walked in 5 feet 10 inches as a freshman. I walked out 5'11" as a senior. So I had my growth spurt in the 8th grade. This is all I joke with everyone. This is all I did in freshman basketball. Come on, you little bastards. Come on. Try to drive on me. And, I would jungle ball, guys. What did I know? I see, one of my classmates coming driving on me, and I'm like, it's like, I'm not going for the ball. I'm going for the guy driving on me. It was very jungle ball. I was very, and I used my size. It's like, I'm not going, you want to drive on me, you little And I would put my fingers on the ball, but if someone had the temerity to drive on me, I was going for them. And it was eye contact all the way. They're looking at me, looking at the basket, and I'm looking at them saying, I'm not going for the ball, you little shit. I'm going after you. It was unfair. I always used my size to my advantage. And
yeah, but then, size
was a mean bastard.
size doesn't mean everything.
No, it does not. But I had combination. Look, the big dog who's like 6'2", I have a greater reach than he does. So we were evenly matched, but big dog was twice my size. So for me to drive a big dog.
And that's the thing, though, is that, growing up, I always had the problems with guys that were bigger than me. But, it was always the case of David versus Goliath, which is why the last high school I went to, which is where I met Anthony at, we had this one guy who always had, I don't know, for whatever reason, he had the obsession of going into the girls' locker room. And I'm like, really? And there happened to be one day where I was super late. My school bus never arrived to pick any of us up. I don't know why. So I told my mom, I'm like, I'll just take public transit there. And I get there late. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning. I just got there. And my girlfriend at the time, I see her running out. She's crying. She's obviously upset. And I'm like, what's wrong? What's going on? She's like, Sean is in there again. And this time he's actually in there. I'm like, what do you mean? Everybody's like, he's in the girls' locker room. He locked the girls in there and he won't let them out. I'm like, okay, he might be taller than me, but that doesn't matter. Because had he known the actual layout, see, this is why people always made fun of me for this, but I don't care. This is why it's actually good to make friends and help out the janitors at school so you can get the lay of the land. Because had he been smart enough to know, he would have known that there's actually another way out for the girls to go. And that's what they did. So, I was the only one that didn't have a cell phone, so I'm like, I told some of the girls, I'm like, text my sister and text so-and-so and tell them we're going to do this and this and that. and meet us on the other side. Have the youngest one, because this one girl had just started there. She was brand new, but she was really, small and scared. She had just came over from junior high. She didn't know what was going on. She was the one that pushed the door open. Because I was on the other side of the door because he had locked that side, and he's like, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" And I'm like, "Oh, you'll see what I'm about to do, boy. You don't know. You think you know everything. You don't know shit." And then by that time, he's like, "Wait, what's going on?" And he hears the door open, but he doesn't know where the door is opening from. I'm like, "Yeah, you hear that? When you come out from the other side too, I'll be over there waiting, and then we'll see what you're about."
Wow.
And so, I go on the other side, and I'm like, "Come on out, come on out. Just run away from him. He shouldn't be in there anyways." And he comes out, and he's like, "Ugh," because it was all sunny, and he's like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "What's right? He blinded by the sun? I didn't know this was another way out." "I did. That's because I hang out with the janitors." He's like, "Well, I didn't do anything." Like, "Yeah, I bet you didn't."
Wow, you're a little rebel rouser, dude.
Yeah, well, hey, and I wasn't going to let it go, but then he obviously said something very disrespectful about these girls and what he could do with them and how he could touch them and stuff. And I was like, "Okay, I can't hold this thing anymore." And I just wailed on him, and here came the principal and everybody. And because, my rap sheet is as long as my arm. But they were like, "Well, actually, you're not at fault here. He is. So you can go back to class." And everyone's like, "You're not getting in trouble this time?" I'm like, "I'm not." Yeah, sure, I beat him up a little bit. But with that whole incident, it was always like I'm Ralphie from a Christmas Story being traumatized by the bully who's bigger than me. But by that point, I had had enough, especially in junior high. There was one junior high I went to. It's in Madera, California. My mom hated that school. She just so desperately hated the junior high I went to in Madera, California. If you look up Madera, California, you'll see when you look online that all the schools in Madera are named after presidents. And one of the schools in particular I went to was Thomas Jefferson. That's where I learned about woodshop class. That was awesome. But they had a strict policy in the 90s because this is when, the tides were turning. The media was starting to come around and covering, what's really going on in high schools at that period in time. But Thomas Jefferson Middle School, they would actually, Scorekeeper, installed metal detectors. Yeah, we see that at the airports and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But at a junior high, that was unheard of because they knew that students were bringing in knives and guns and everything. And my mom was like, "You are not getting searched." I'm like, "Why? I don't have anything to hide. There's nothing in my backpack." But she just didn't like the idea of me going through a metal detector and getting searched and all that. Like, well, you know,
Yeah, dude, I'm not fond of those metal detectors. And when my daughter, and I told a story in the past, witnessed a stabbing at her school, my daughter was 6 to 10 feet from the actual incident back. It's when I was on TV. You remember, right? It was on that Friday. It was September 30th, I believe it was, and everyone was angry because I didn't have my NDB media. I had a Star Wars T-shirt on and a Yankee cap, whatever. But it was really sad, and my daughter was on TV that I arranged for several interviews for her to be on. Both she and I were on TV all day that day, and it was a very slow day, so I was nationwide. as was my daughter as well. My wife's family at the time saw it up in San Jose where they lived. They saw it in Texas, and they were stunned to see that we were on TV. And they called us the next day to find out what was going on. And by then, we had found out that the young lady had passed away, which, yeah, it was really disappointing what happened. And I don't want to bring any more to that, but yes, it was it was such a slow day that a stabbing at a high school, the young lady who passed away, she was only 17. It was really sad. And yeah. Coffee says that if you caught a muscle ball, I'd ask for a signed jersey. I have no use for a bat, but a jersey, get it framed and hang it on the wall. Yes.
Yeah.
Coffee has been posting stuff, and I'm going to get to your comment in a moment, Tony. Thank you, which is really cool. Guys, obviously, whether we agree with them or not, we appreciate the comments. I mean, every now and then I'm going to play stupid and dumb, and I'm not going to post a comment just because Scorekeeper is stupid. But all the comments right here, which is really cool. Coffee talked about when Ray Lewis at the Grand Slam, the fan didn't ask for anything. And, he still received an autographed bat and hat, which is really cool. Justin Morneau was sharing, who Coffee says is a wonderful color guy. I'm going to have to try to listen to him, Coffee, because I have MLB TV, and I can listen to the home or away. I'm interested, but he shared that when he hit his first homer in Detroit, the guy who wanted 2 season tickets valued at $10,000. He ended up settling for just a signed baseball. Those are cool. Those are good stories. And then Coffee says that if he caught something, he would ask for a signed jersey. I agree with you. I remember the one, and I think we saw it on the internet within the last few weeks, that the Dodgers were playing against someone, and Mookie Betts knew right away the home run. He went right into the fans. He says, dude, that's his first hit. Would you please give us the ball? And I guess he spoke to the fan, and it happened fast. He says, dude, I got you. Let me have the ball. And the fan readily threw the ball at Mookie Betts. They turned it in. And I believe, which was really cool, I don't think the player signed it. Mookie Betts signed the bat and gave it to the fan. That's cool, man. That's neat.
Yeah, there is.
I
Unlike
wanted it signed from the player, but Mookie Betts signs a bat? Are you kidding me?
yeah,
No, go ahead.
but see, unlike you and the rest of our chat room here, probably Tony can do this too. As you see my illustrious small apartment, I would love to hang up a jersey, but this is not a garage or anything like that. That's why one day Speedy hopes to get his own house, that I can start hanging things in my garage. Ooh, put this here. I got a big space right here. I can put something right here. It's a garage anyways. I don't care. But right now, no.
I was not a gentle giant because I was never that big. I had a growth spurt in the 8th grade. So I really got up to 5'10", as I said. But that quick story that I was telling you, and Tony, I'm sorry, I heard a loud noise right now. That's why I flinched. Tony. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was really in thought. He says, nice work, Speedy. I was the same way. See anyone harass woman or a smaller guy, and I'd beat their ass. I was friends with everyone. Hell, even with the guys I fought. That's cool, Tony. I appreciate that. And what I witnessed, I was driving, and it was a real fight. This bigger kid was going after the smaller kid, and they were running through the neighborhood, and he caught up to him, and they started, the smaller kid was duking it out with the bigger guy. These are the real fights. The ones that, the ones that aren't announced. The ones where it's just the guys are going to fight. And I saw it. I could see it. And they right there on the street. Bags were flying, paperwork. It's, guys don't fight. You know what I'm talking about. They don't. The real ones, I mean, girls fight. Oh my God, huh? They pull hair. They talk. Okay, this was one of those. And I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I looked, and I saw him pull his backpack off, just threw the stuff, and the smaller kid was fighting, but it looked like he was outnumbered. I stopped in the middle of the street, and I think someone else was running out. I don't know if it was another older gentleman. I was in, God, was I 19 or 20? I was 19, 20, or 21 at most. And I yelled, stop that shit. Sorry. I yelled, stop that shit. But they were, dude, they weren't listening. They were genuinely fighting. And like an idiot, I ran up and I tried to pull them off, and, they were fighting that they didn't give a rat's ass. I was trying to pull them off and it didn't work. So I forced my way in, and one of them hit me in the shoulder. And, I was pushing them off. And then an older gentleman got a water hose. And he had it running. I mean, that guy was maybe in his 50s or 60s. And he was about to use it, and the guy stopped. I'm like, oh, okay. Getting wet was what they didn't want to do. And I don't remember what the day was or whatever, but it was cool. I wasn't the only one. It's that guy. I guess the guy in that street, I think it was on Simmons Avenue, if I remember correctly. It's funny what you remember. He knew they were fighting, and he figured he was going to get whooped if he tried to stop it, like I was. And he got the water hose. When they saw the water hose, I mean, he had it, with the nozzle.
Yeah.
The one that kind of sucks, the one that hurts. And he had it, and he was coming over, and when they saw it, they stopped. And I just told him, guys, cut. Stop. I didn't say, who started or whatever. Guys, stop it. And, I stayed there for a little bit. The other guy came up. He had the water hose like, a pistol. He was watering someone else's lawn. Waiting for the two guys to start up again. But, stop it and, break it up. And, they kind of stayed at a distance. Had I walked away or the other guy, they would have kept it up.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was the hot blooded. It was that they were just gonna duke it out, man. And
I could just see that too, where he's like, John Wayne, I got to keep my. It's not a gun, but it's a water hose. I'm gonna keep it right here on my hip.
It was a scene out of John Wayne. Now that I think about it, and it was cool. And when they broke it up. I think, if I remember correctly, the guy who had the water hose walked the smaller kid down a ways, and I kind of stood in the middle, and I was just, I wasn't glaring at him. When the guy hit me, my adrenaline was so high that I didn't feel anything, and it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, these were like 7th and 8th graders, and my thing was, okay, I don't care if that little kid pulled something on you, made you feel bad or whatever, dude. The bigger kid was head and shoulders bigger than the smaller one. Okay, you guys are going to get mad at me. There are some rules. You had 2 of your buddies with you against that smaller kid.
Yeah, okay. It's always the same mentality.
Yes. And that's what kind of angered me a little bit. It's like, come on, come on. That's stupid. And for all I knew, the smaller kid probably started it. Okay. And he knew he was going to get whooped. And I got to give it to that kid because he stood his ground, man. But yeah, I stopped. I tried to stop the fight. I don't think I did. The guy with the water hose did.
Yeah, I think so too. But I've been in the David and Goliath situation so many times, but I've more often than not have actually, been in the gang mentality where I'm the only one, and I'm surrounded by a bunch of guys. I'm like, all right, who's going to swing first, But it's really cool that it's strange how me and Anthony became friends because my first day at a Royal High School here in the area. I get there my first day, and the teacher's like, we have a new student, this is Matt Alvarez, and blah, blah, blah. And then it was actually Anthony who had, you remember, you guys remember all the little paper stuff that kids used to throw at each other. Because, I felt something sharp hitting my back, and I'm like, the heck? He's like, hey, Anthony, you've seen him, met him with his voice. Hey,
Yeah.
okay. Show some respect. The teacher's talking to you. I was like, why don't you shut up and make me? I don't care what the teacher says. I know the teacher's introducing me. And then I hear on this side of the room, I hear, oh, got expelled again, huh? I was like, because the other voice that I heard was a familiar voice. And I was like, well, Steve Lima, how the hell are you? It's my best friend from 3rd grade. I've known him and both of his sisters and his parents. He's like, you look the same. I'm like, you still look like a scrawny little Mexican. Smaller than me. Jeez. Stop losing weight. And the teacher goes, wait, you two know each other? I'm like, oh yeah, we know each other. All the way back to 3rd grade. And it was funny because me and Anthony, because like I said, he was the one that was throwing those little sharp papers at me. Everybody else knew how to make the sharp papers too. Because, if you can make those hurt, that eerie feeling of, ow. Like if you accidentally stab yourself with a pencil, well, not intentionally, but just like poke yourself, like just a little bit. That's what it felt like, but it felt worse. And me and Anthony actually came face to face with each other that moment. It's like, you better sit your ass down right now. I don't care who you are. Anthony's like, I'm the guardian of this classroom. I'm like, what? With those kind of shoes? I'll take your shoes if I have to. Sit down and be quiet. Me and Anthony, we almost turned the blows, but I don't know. Somehow life just works out, and now we're the best of friends.
Now, I was about to say, you mean Anthony, the taller one, right?
Yeah.
Now, okay, because I met him. Folks, I don't know if you caught it, the story, the way Speedy just told it. It was clear that Speedy was the shorter one. Because when he's looking up at Anthony, the way you told the story, it's like you were like, all right, you want to start this? And when Anthony talks to you, he was looking down.
Yeah.
That was funny. I caught that, Speedy. That was really good. That was good storytelling, brother. Folks, nothing like this. You guys want to join us? Let me know. Folks, if you want to join us live, you got a story you want to tell, by all means. I don't do this all the time, but here it is. If you guys want to join us live, there's the link. Join us in the chat room. Actually, no. What you do is you click on that link and you'll join us live. So You'll be on with us. So it's right there, folks. You guys can check it out. It didn't go on one of the pages. I think it was on my public page for some reason. But the link is everywhere else. That's the code for today's program. So if you want to go ahead and join us live, you have a story to tell, by all means. I'm looking for July to have it where we can have a call-in line and you can call us via your cell phone or the internet and you can speak live to us. So we are looking to be able to get that going again. I already have Blog Talk Radio and I'm hoping I can get that to go. But yeah. The only fight I ever got in 7th grade, I think I told this story already. The guy slugged me in the stomach. It was the first time someone really hit me. And I didn't cry or anything. I took it, but damn, did it hurt. I mean, he nailed me square in the gut. Guy he might have been an inch or two shorter, but he was broader and he was heavier, and I don't even know why it started. And I knew him. You grow up with the kids in the neighborhood, so I knew him, and I know we were by the handball courts. Where you play handball, not the traditional handball with the little ball and the glove and stuff. This is where you play, beat the ball, where you have all the kids, you throw it against the wall, and whoever drops it's got to run and touch the wall. That one is probably a Latin thing, but anyway, we played it all the time. And the guy was there, and maybe I was a bit snippy or short with him or whatever, but he slugged me. He slugged me all hard. And everyone went to go tell the principal or whatever. And we both got in trouble. Like, he hit me! And we were punished by having to stay after school cleaning the girls' bathroom. That was my first experience ever being in there. And you're both in the same bathroom. And they leave you alone. And you've got to clean off the walls of all, the graffiti and stuff. And, I had seen a few movies. So, yeah, I looked. I wasn't anywhere in there. You know how the girls write the stuff or whatever. And yeah, I looked in each and every stall. But that's okay.
Wait, you guys were actually allowed to clean up the girls' bathroom?
We weren't allowed. That was our punishment. And since we were there and being talkative, we started talking, and eventually he may have apologized for hitting me. They made him say sorry, and they made me say sorry. We're in the 7th grade. But I don't recall him telling me sorry. But ever since that day, guys do what guys do. It's like,
Yeah.
I got the cred of taking his punch, and I didn't try to fight back, but everyone saw that I took his punch, and he started to walk off, and I was like, you stupid little shit. I don't even remember why he hit me. I suppose I had it coming, I was chirping away, but I wasn't the chirper. I wasn't the troublemaker. Folks, when I was growing up, they called me the professor. They called me Einstein. They called me all these different things because I read a great deal. And because I read a great deal, I spoke differently. I used a lot of big words. But I was just a regular kid growing up with all of them. I didn't see myself as above them. It's just I did have a different lexicon. There's no doubt. So everyone always called me professor. And Einstein, it was cool. They weren't making fun of me. Because, I grew up with all of them. I was not the fighter type. But my brother always kicked my ass. That's why I'm very resentful when people tell me, oh, what do you know? What do you mean, what do I know? So, it's like, you don't know anything about self-defense or whatever. I say, oh, look, I don't go pick fights. My brother taught me how to defend myself by kicking my ass. You get your ass kicked enough that you learn how to defend yourself.
Right.
And, I don't come across as that way, but yeah, I can defend myself. You see, but I was always taller and bigger than everyone else, so I really wasn't afraid anyway. So, but, in today's world, like when I was up in Alaska, I was on my best behavior, kids, because everyone carries a gun up in Alaska. And I was the only one that was not carried. So, I didn't read this post. I'm going to read it now, but from the very first sentence. Yeah, duh. Coffee says, I'm always chirping. Have pissed off people my whole life. Lots of people have threatened to come after me. Yeah. Nobody has followed through. It's nice being a thick dude. I mean, Coffee got me a few times too. There's no doubt. But I've talked about it. Look, Coffee, I've known you. Jesus God. I mean, when did you accidentally discover us on Blog Talk Radio? But dude, it's been 10 years. It's been even more than that, I think.
I think it's been longer than that.
Because he was listening to your program, and I think that's he knew you from the Sports Opinion Show.
Right.
And then when you came over to visit us, it's funny. Coffee would send me messages. Hey, Scorekeeper, where the hell's, where's Matt? Tell him he's got to do his program today. That's so funny. I remember those messages. And it was fun. But, Coffee, you are good at irritating people. And you got everyone on Sports Talk with the Guys. You got everyone on the Couch Potato Sports. You got everyone on Weigh-In Sports. Oh, my God. You just had that skill. And like I said, he got under my skin once, at least twice. I do remember that. But when we were, I think I had a blood test, and I know, dude, Coffee has never gotten on my nerves ever since. And this is the reason why. People get angry. It's like, dude, why do you let him get away with that? Get away with what? You didn't see what he posted? Yeah. But it doesn't get under my skin anymore. And the reason being is because what Coffee told me that one time, because I mentioned, hey, I have AB positive blood. This is the only blood that is worthless to everyone else. And when I said I had AB positive, Coffee says, hey, Scorekeeper, I have AB positive too. We've got the vampire blood. The blood that sucks it all in, but is no good to everyone else. I'm paraphrasing, but the moment that Coffee posted in the Block Talk chat room, I was like, Now I know why. We have an understanding. And ever since then, it just rolls off my back. But Coffee doesn't pick fights with me. It's not. But is he always chirping? Oh, good God, yes.
Yeah, and then when he started coming here, and he's like, wait, you all know each other? Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's not as common as people think. I mean, years ago in Newark, California, in junior high, I went to junior high with two twin girls, and everybody always got them mixed up. Not me. I knew who was who. And it's funny, though, because in 2016, when I went to Disneyland for my very first time, I hope to go back. Since, I've told you and Big Dawg many times on the show, I never actually went through with staying for the night.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't experience the nighttime Disney stuff. I don't know why I didn't. I just told my neighbor, that's it, let's go back to the hotel. But we're leaving? Yeah, we're going back to the hotel. My neighbor's like, what are you, 90? You get tired fast? I'm like, I guess. But I had 2 weeks to be an all-nighter at Disneyland because I didn't drive. We took Amtrak. Terrible. That was terrible. But, when I was down there, I ran into two of my friends and, her sister, I saw them there. And I'm like, hey, what's up? She's, Avery was her name, and her sister Crystal, she's like, you're in trouble? I'm like, why? She's like, Crystal's not talking to you. I'm like, why not? Because they had Scorekeeper. They claimed that 2 weeks before I actually got there, that they saw me there. Like, we saw you walking around we saw you in LA downtown. Like, I don't live here anymore. I live up north. How would I be down here 2 weeks ago? That wasn't me. And my friend Crystal was like, sure. That was all she said. Other than that, she was pissed off. I'm like, okay, well then, I told him, like, whoever that was, it was obviously a twin. That was not me. I'm like, downtown? She's like, yes. We were on the bus and we saw you in the worst part of downtown. I'm like, oh, well, the hell with that. I would never be in the bad part of LA for downtown. I'm like, you're talking about that little crap alley that goes up Schwarzer Street by the old Quick Stop? She's like, yes. I'm like, no. I don't know who you guys saw, but that wasn't me. And then people swear they've seen some of my Canadian friends and some of my German friends are like, "We saw you." I'm like, "No, you didn't." I don't know who these people, and it's funny too because I don't know if anybody follows Haley Deegan on YouTube, and then there's a scammer, IRL Rosie. They all have friends in common who are actually famous. It's funny, I was watching IRL scammer's video last night of her and an actual famous singer, and she's like, "I've been scam baiting with somebody who's trying to catfish me, and he's trying to be you." And he's like, "Oh, really?" So he showed up at her house because they've known each other so long. He's like, "Yeah, you're a fan. I love you," and blah, blah, blah. And she actually recorded this guy singing to her, trying to impersonate her friend. And towards the end comes the big reveal. She's like, "So where are you at right now?" He's like, "Oh, I'm at such and such place. I'm in front of my car." Because he stole a picture off the internet of her friend's famous actual car. She's like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Show me." And she got him on video, and because they had FaceTimed each other, and she's like, "Well, no, you're not in front of your car. You're right here." And he jumped in right next to her, and the guy just freaks out and hangs up. And going back to Haley Deegan, she got a phone call from a guy claiming that Matt Cabrera has assaulted her, that he's not letting her leave the house. And there's a voicemail, she saved it too. "I'm going to kill him, and Matt Cabrera has no right to be abusive to you." But he's actually an obsessed Haley Deegan fan. So her and Matt had to call the police, and she hasn't been in NASCAR or the Truck Series. This was back in February of last year. They couldn't leave for 2 weeks because the cops were there, and they wanted to make sure this obsessed fan didn't, do anything to them or kill them. Mainly Matt. So he DMs her again, and she sends him a picture with Matt next to her, and he's like, That's the real Matt Cabrera. She's like, "Yeah, he's my boyfriend. We've been living together in the same house for years. He's never abused me in any way, shape, or form." She asked him to please stop. But, crazy thing is, the police actually found out where he lives. But I don't know what happened with that story. Maybe he's on the run now.
Oh, wow.
But that's why you got to be careful. You don't know who's friends with who.
Mm-hmm.
Which reverts back to us here. People are like, and especially when you guys came up here and we all took that picture together with Matt Mann from the Kid Zombie show. That used to be on Blog Talk Radio too. Wait, you guys all know each other? Yeah, we're all Blog Talk hosts. So yeah, we know each other.
Yeah, there was 4 of us in that one picture. We were all...
That was a great picture.
Yeah, I think I have it on my phone. I'm going to see if I can find it in a moment. But, I've been told that there is someone who is my lookalike in Los Angeles. I'm not surprised. And they said, "Dude, I saw you." Said, "No, it wasn't me." "Dude, I swear it was you." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine, but it was not me." And, I am also mistaken. I've been, depending on where I am in life, what I wear, Nicolas Cage wears a trench coat and he wears a hat. And I, for a while, was mistaken for him. I'm like, if only. But you guys know that I've been mistaken for this guy quite a bit. Okay. Does that look like me, Speedy? Dude, I see the smile on your face. Does that look like me? Okay.
Yes and no, but without the glasses, you
A
know.
lot of people have mistaken me for this guy. Or I for him, I guess. His name is Juan. What the hell's his name? Juan Luis Guerra, and I have, one just like that. So I've worn it, and sometimes the beard is perfect, whatever, and it matches. And I've been mistaken for him. It's funny, and I see it. Look, tell me not, dude. Tell me not, man. Tell me not.
Yeah, that one right there
Yeah,
is a
it's
close
pretty close.
resemblance.
Yeah. And there are other images. I posted an image of him performing on stage one time, and people were like, dude, when was that? It's not me. But it's a spitting image. And obviously not all the images, but I have been mistaken for him, and it's really kind of funny. And when I was doing Uber and Lyft, and I would be in like Latin areas late at night, all the older ladies. And I was like, damn it. It's only the older ones. Damn it. I could tell they're like, they're like, oh my God, is that him? Yes. I'm Juan Luis Guerra walked into a King Taco at 1:00 in the morning. Well, actually, that is possible. But anyway, we all have our lookalikes. It's funny. And I was thinking about that when you talked about that. And how did you know the twins? How could you tell them apart, Speedy?
Well, what can I say? It's a gift.
Oh, good for you, Speedy. Good for you. Because when you said that, I could always tell them apart. I was like, there you go, Speedy.
Well, because everyone would go, Davina. And I'm like, no, that's not Davina. That's Stephanie. Davina's over here.
Oh, that's pretty good. All right.
And then they would turn around, yes. Like, how did you? I'm like, I don't know. That's why I say it's a gift.
Yeah, some people just definitely have that one.
Maybe one day we'll get an imposter here in the chat room.
It's easy.
That thinks he knows some stuff. But here comes the real coffee. Excuse me? Okay, how many points do they score? And the imposter's probably going to type in the chat. 100. 100, yes. Coffee's going to be like, no. There's no way there's not that many points allowed in sports. I mean, there could be. There are high scores in basketball. I know that. But any other sport, no. He'd be like, well, what are you trying to do? My name's Coffee. No. Coffee would be like, no, my name is Coffee. I'm the real Coffee. I could just see war of words in the chat room going back and forth.
Okay, while it is incredibly entertaining, I don't think anyone would pretend to be, I'm Coffee, and not be Coffee. Yeah, I don't think I'd see that happen. And then
Red alert.
Excuse me, I'm getting multiple messages. Take over for a moment, Speedy.
All right. I will take over. I mean, that could happen with anybody. It could even happen to Tony in our chat room. Who knows? Somebody might be like, I'm Tony K. No, I'm Tony K. Raj, I know you're still here. Like, see? So that goes. But if it ever comes to me, and Coffee knows, this has happened before, well, you can't use Sports Opinion Show. That's copyrighted by a guy named Matt Alvarez. How would the Sports Opinion Show be copyrighted? I'm the one who started that. So people have tried to say that I'm impersonating or infringed upon somebody's sports name. No. When I came up with that name for the Sports Opinion Show, I made sure that name was never used. So, no. Nobody copyrighted that. Yeah, totally. That would be interesting. Awesome. That would be nice to have you one day here with us live. That'd be great.
Let me know, Tony, when you have time. We'll schedule a program that would work around. It's not like we're stuck on this hour. It's just traditionally we've kept this hour. And I did it because we were on Tuesday night, and I wanted to give time in between the programs. That's why I did the Saturday, which was the ultimate joke. We were doing everything. We're the Monday morning quarterbacks. You know what a Monday morning quarterback is, because a big game is always on Sunday. You go to work and you have the Monday morning quarterbacks always talking shit. About, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that. Shut up, you Monday morning quarterback. So that's the joke of this program. Not only are we Monday morning quarterbacks, but we're so far behind that we're on Saturday. So not only are we talking shit, but we're talking shit from all the way over here. That's always been our joke. That's why we're the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Wow.
Oh.
Hey, Tony, hey, there it is. That would be
Cool.
so cool, buddy.
That would be cool.
Folks, I received a workplace alert. That's why. Those are rare. And something is going on in Chevy Chase Canyon up in Glendale. Residents have to evacuate. So I'm waiting for a follow-up call. I don't think I'm going to get it, but that's what I received. And then there's also several bulletins. So something is going on up in Glendale right now. And I haven't received any other images. That's why I apologize. Look, I'm employed by the local county agency, Los Angeles County. I'm a DSW. I'm a disaster service worker. Whenever something happens, my instructions are to secure my home and my family. And if I'm called into work, I have to respond. It's part of it. So that's why when I saw what it was, I said, I'm sorry, I need to find out what it is. And I'm getting confusing. It's clear, but I'm not able to pin it down. It's odd.
Okay.
I'm waiting for a follow-up call or a text, which I don't believe I'm going to receive. But something is going on in Glendale. Glendale! that's
Yeah, that's why
there's a video about that. So if you know what I just said, there's a video about it. You should look it up. Glendale!
Yeah, that's why around this time last year, everybody remembers the show that we had last year. And it doesn't matter if my phone is on vibrate or not. I'll still get the Amber alerts that go off. Because last year around this time, that's when my phone went off, and I was like, hold on, guys, hold on. Don't hold on, I'll just keep talking, and I'll mute myself. Because we had an Amber alert at the time last year, around this time last year, of a 5-year-old girl who was taken from one of the nearby areas. But it was in San Francisco, and of course, I'm across the bridge, but they're like, well, this license plate is possibly, could be anywhere. It could be in the East Bay, could be in your backyard. So keep an eye out. The child needs to be found safe. And yeah. But it also sounds like that video game Red Alert. That's why I said Red Alert, because that's what Scorekeeper's phone sounded like.
Well, whenever, Coffee has that, I'm not Coffee, but Almighty has that siren,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, God, I go into the Navy parlance. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I also have it on my phone where I get the messages where it's the sonar sound. Someone had it at work where it's the sonar sound, which is really kind of funny. It's kind of cool. I don't know if I can find it right now. It's probably going to take me forever. But every time I would hear it, a supervisor had it on the far end of the room, and I'm like, and I had headsets. The funny thing is, I had a headset on the first time, and I was like, "Con sonar, new contact, buried Sierra, whatever number it's the way they number it. Sierra 16, bearing 153 Mark or whatever." And it was just funny. And it would go off every now and then. And con sonar, multiple contacts. Sorry, it was a little kid. So, oh, hold on.
Okay, well, we are not holding on.
Sorry. Oh, there's a lot of activity going on this morning now. This is all within the last hour.
Activity, yeah. I'll probably be getting into, well, I'm sure I'll be getting into activity later on with a little birthday party that I'm going to soon. Got to show my nephew how we deal with arcades, so that way he can grow up with it, hopefully. But I'm sure they'll get, well, I don't know. I don't know what they do anymore. Right? The birthday party scorekeeper is going to be at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know if they hand out actual cards or if you have to, because some places still, want money for their machine. That way you can get the tokens to play the video games in the arcade. So I don't know how that's going to work.
Oh, it's been a while since you've been to Chuck E. Cheese. So have I. We've joked at work about going to Chuck E. Cheese for lunch. It's like no one has the nerve to go. And I'm like, I'll go. Who cares? Let's go. So I think we're going to be going sometime soon.
Yeah, it's funny though, because two of my nieces were when they were real little, they were like, I don't know what that is, but it's coming towards me. Like, I don't worry. It's just a guy in a costume.
Yeah.
But how are the other ones on the stage moving their arms only? I'm like, oh, that's just animatronics. So.
Yeah. It looks like I'm going to have to start meeting. The bargaining is going to be resuming in a few minutes. All right. Speedy, did you want to go ahead and continue the program?
Yeah, I'll continue for a little bit.
All right, folks, I do apologize. I'm being called as the 6th consecutive day. We're going to be caucusing in about, 9:30. So I need to get going now. I have to go prep for that. It never ends. And I do want to thank everyone for joining us. I'm out. Speedy's going to continue. I do apologize. This should be the last day, and I will return to the world of the living sometime today, hopefully. Actually, our deadline is 10 o'clock tonight. We already received our last, best, and final. So that's where we are in our 6th day of negotiations. So for those of you that have ever done these types of negotiations, you know exactly what that means. So we have to settle up affairs. But you know when it's last, best, and final, you know what that means. So, all right, folks, I want to thank everyone that joined us. I'm out. Speedy's going to continue. Speedy, thanks, buddy. You know how to end. So
Right.
I'm out, guys. We'll see you guys on the other side. Peace.
Take care, Scorekeeper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. You stuck with me now. I know. Not fair. But life's not fair, right? So, where do we go from here, you ask? Well, I'm actually glad you asked. Because now we can get into it. Persia Parada was worried that her WWE contract would get burned by them. Which is actually Stephanie Del Rey. She's from Australia. She used to be Persia Pirotta on NXT, but was released. So, as reported, she's a mini NXT talent who was released by the company in recent memory. She talked about her time in WWE, and she was worried that WWE would burn her contract. She signed her contract in 2019, but she was still doing indie shows and a bunch of other things that she was already doing. But she thought it was really weird to just be home on certain days and not be home on other days. She was worried that she might get injured at the indie shows because you never know. WWE might make that call. Can you come back to work? But it was really, really strange because they wouldn't actually release her. They kept her contract. And they've had her contract for a while now, which obviously doesn't make sense to me. Since 2019, this is, before the pandemic. So obviously something has happened. I mean, to play the devil's advocate here, let's go back in time. It kind of reminds me of the segment here. Yes, Tony, you're right. You're getting this is just a small taste of what it was like when I hosted the Sports Opinion Show, Tony. So now you get to experience that. Because after all, it was just me, nobody else. The Speedy Show. Oh, yeah. I could have 2 alternative show names now. Thank you, Tony. But it kind of reminds me of the segment that they aired on Raw. And they even have it on one of their pay-per-views from back in the day, where Steve Austin is talking with some random guy, and they're going through the motions, and Steve Austin was doing the role of acting CEO in storyline terms, of course. And there's a bunch of flipped over paper and notepad that they're just turning over and over. And he goes, "Wait, what's this here? Oh, that's to keep our costs down. That's what we do here." And we're just going through all these motions, and he makes it funny because he goes, "Oh, take a couple of these zeros off and put them behind Mick Foley's salary because the son of a bitch needs help with his medical bills." And then, you can look it up on YouTube, I'm sure, for yourself if you don't believe me, but it's really there. And he goes to the next line. By the 9th line, he's like, "What's this? What am I looking at here? What are these numbers for?" He goes, "Oh, that's Vince McMahon's salary." He goes, "Vince McMahon is making that kind of money?" And he goes, "Yeah, Steve, that's Vince McMahon's salary." He goes, No. Scratch that off. We're going to use that for something else. Then they go to Shane McMahon's salary. He's like, "Shane McMahon is making more than Vince? When his father's the one that owns the company?" And the guy's like, "Yes, sir. That's right, Mr. Austin." And Steve Austin goes, "Scratch Shane McMahon's money out of the account. That is no longer Shane McMahon's salary. That is now the beer budget salary money. All that money for Shane McMahon is now the beer budget." He goes, "Steve, we don't have a beer budget." He's like, "You say what?" He intimidates the guy, and it's funny. So that's what this reminds me of. The fact that Persia Pirotta, they still have her contract up to now, even though they have released her and a bunch of other talent. Why would they still have her contract if they no longer have her employed? I was going to ask Scorekeeper that question, since he's a smite attorney at best. So is Dreem, but Dreem's not with us today either, because Dreem's busy opening up new restaurants everywhere, bringing a taste of New Orleans. Maybe one day he'll open up a New Orleans style restaurant here in California somewhere. Maybe a bunch of them. You know, your McDonald's, your In-N-Outs, and all that. I won't say the name of the A restaurant because, no. You've heard me mention that before. The A restaurant no longer exists in my area. Alright, I'll say it. Because I know I'm confusing people. I'm talking about Arby's. Tony, they shut down the Arby's here in my area years ago. There's no more Arby's here. But they won't stop showing the commercial, guys. See, and I wish this was real, because in Reno, you only get news or restaurants that are applicable to Reno. But they don't do that here. If you live anywhere else, I'm sure even my friends in Chicago probably get this too. Although they haven't told me about it. But I'm sure they do. Let's say the next state over, they were showing a Taco Bell commercial, but your Pacific area doesn't have Taco Bell anymore because they turned it into something else. Like down the street used to be a nice Sizzlers, and then in 2017, Sizzler shut down that location, and now per the city of San Leandro here, they're not going to turn that into an IHOP. I'm sure I'll be there when IHOP opens a location. I mean, it's not that far. Maybe I'll just walk there. That's what me and my neighbors did last night. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the show with Scorekeeper, we went to a Mexican restaurant down the street, and we just walked there. It's like, all right, good. So, Tony says he won't eat fast food because he grew up on homemade Italian cookie. So he's a bit of a food snob, unfortunately. Well, that's okay with that. And yeah, Scorekeeper forgot to actually. Oh well. And if you don't see the chat being transferred to what I just read about Tony not eating fast food, it's because Scorekeeper didn't actually leave me in control of the actual show, so I won't be able to get anybody's comments up on the screen. That's why I read Tony's to you. So, yeah. But just, one more comment about the Poja Parada contract. That would be like me keeping one of you employed and telling you, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to let you go. Even though you were never technically fired, but I still have your paperwork. I still have your documents. How does that make sense? I mean, I don't know. I'll keep this story for next week, and I'll bring it to the Scorekeeper and the guys when they're back next week. I don't know. But that's crazy. I mean, in her case, like I said, she's been doing indie shows and all the voiceover stuff all the stuff that she was doing even before she got called up to join WWE. She's still doing that now, but they still have her contract. I don't know. And on to other wrestling news. Gosh, between last Sunday and this past Sunday too, yes, everybody's wondering, was that who I thought it was? Yes, it was. It was really her. It wasn't an impersonator. It wasn't a fan trying to be her. I mean, come on, it's not even Halloween yet. No. Mia Yim returned to Impact Wrestling Under Siege. That was really her on Sunday night. Can you believe it? I can't. It was great. It was great. Samoa Joe also reflected on his 60-minute match with CM Punk in the original Ring of Honor, saying that it was, the best ever because of that. And it works, It really does. Samoa Joe is, speaking on AEW Unrestricted, he explained the difficulty of working a 60-minute match, which is 1 hour. And so the biggest difficulty is getting over the mental stigma, where some people are like, well, it's just really hard to go to those lengths and keep the crowd engaged. And how do you do that? How do you master that? And he said, well, once you're there, it's funny. Once you've reached the 15 or 20-minute mark, your body kind of falls into a rhythm. He said, mentally, you fall into a rhythm, you're locked in. But like I said, once you're in the ring with the guy who's talented, or it could be more individuals than one, is that you make the 60-minute mark at a blistering pace. And one of those was with CM Punk. So he's actually enjoyed his time, in the original ROH. So that is, consensual of, making those types of adjustments. And he's not wrong. I mean, I'm sure most of us have seen triple threat match, or, as Joey Styles would call them, ECW back in the day called them a three-way dance, which actually is a better name. I prefer that name better than the triple threat. Because if you have more than one guy, you always have to, keep eyes on the back of your head. You never know what's going to happen. But it's also unveiling because you're watching the story unfold. And since we're on the subject, I'll just jump to it now. I was going to say it for towards the end of the show. We've got about 30 minutes left here. So, Sunday night was also WrestleMania Backlash. Ronda Rousey makes Charlotte Flair tap out in the I Quit match. And, now they're going to write Charlotte Flair off television for a while. I mean, come on. Remember, back in the day, there was no internet. There was nothing really to call things out with. But I knew, some of us knew, even before the internet became a thing. Really smart wrestling fans like myself, we knew other things were going on. Oh, we know why someone's not on TV this week. He got this, and that. And at first people would call us crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. It's just wrestling and it's not even real. Yeah, right. You go tell that to half my friends who are wrestlers. Go back to last year with Dr. Britt Baker and her lights out match with Thunder Rosa, who I know very well. Because people are like, wow, she took that chair shot like a champ. Yeah, well, it was a real chair shot. Or the thumbtacks, or all these other crazy things that you could possibly do to someone else in a match like that with the lights out match. I mean, hey, that's how it really goes. But Charlotte Flair will be written off television because she's going to marry Andrade. Yes, we know she's in WWE, he's in AEW. But I mean, it's no different than when Alexa Bliss got married. Wrestlers from two different companies, and still, everybody's also been talking about, why did Jon Moxley show up at Alexa Bliss's funeral? I mean, not her funeral. Forgive me for that one. Wow. Why did Jon Moxley show up at Alexa Bliss's wedding? There we go. Wearing what he wore in traditional wrestling gear with the leather jacket. I don't know. It was cool, I'll admit that. Yeah, I mean, you got that leather jacket flag going. I mean, it used to be a thing. I mean, hell, a few years ago for one of my cousin's funerals, some of us showed up in jeans and a t-shirt, and we were truly there to pay our respects, but, you know. Yeah, I know, Tony. I don't know why. Well, not anymore. People used to freak out. Oh my God, you're wearing jeans? This is a funeral. Why aren't you wearing a nice shirt with your pants? This is a wedding. These two are about to live happily ever after, we hope. But nobody really, I'm glad nobody really judges each other anymore about that. I mean, a few years ago, showed up to one of my cousin's funerals just in jeans and a somewhat nice looking shirt. But it's not like before where people are like, oh my God, jeans? Are you crazy? What's wrong with you wearing jeans to a funeral? It's becoming a thing. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to actually wear shorts to a funeral. Come on now. I have more respect than that. I'll steal a line from Scorekeeper. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Come on now. I'm sure Tony or anybody else has not gotten crap for that. Tony, oh my God, what are you doing wearing that? This is unacceptable. You can't wear that here. Why? I'm sure Tony's like, why not? Other people I know have done it. Yeah, but not here. You can't do that. Blah, blah, blah. And I used to get this one back in the day. You're completely out of line with what you're wearing. This is blasphemy. Well, and over the years, like I said, people have learned to just roll with it. Yes, you see the hat. You see the Giants hat. I've worn this to memorial services and sure, with someone's body right in front of me. But when it comes time to do the prayer or the actual respect part, we'll take our hats off if we're wearing them. It can even be a sombrero, I mean, come on. Growing up, as you heard me and Scorekeeper talking about earlier, what did kids do when schools all over the nation, all over the United States, would stand and rise for the national anthem, right? Every year growing up, we would stand and, place our hand over our hearts, do the Pledge of Allegiance, and if we were wearing a hat, we would obviously take the hat off. So, people have become people, thank God. Anyways, I'll get off the soapbox about that. Trish Stratus said that she would gladly accept the role of being a potential GM for either Raw or SmackDown. I'm sure people are now like, wait, did you say Trish Stratus? But she's a mother now. Yes, I said Trish Stratus. And this was on the show For the Love of Wrestling podcast. The multiple time women's champion speculated on different roles she would play for the company. And they asked her, would you want to be an on-screen authority figure? She said, do I want to be a GM? Yeah, I would gladly accept that role. She said, as I said in the past, wrestling has to challenge me, otherwise I'm not interested in it. It would give me a chance, she said, to jump into something I've never jumped into before. Remember, her last appearance was in 2019 at SummerSlam, where she lost to Charlotte Flair in her hometown of Toronto. And she also recalled turning heel, aligning herself with Christian Cage back in the day. She said that maybe she would like to end her final run as a heel because she loved playing a heel. They love playing bad guys more than they like being good guys in real life, if that makes sense. I mean, there's been vignettes and stuff like that where her and Sasha Banks have been calling each other out. The two briefly did, face each other at the Royal Rumble in 2018. But Vince didn't feel that having them actually even touch each other at that Royal Rumble in 2018 would work. So that's why you see Sasha pretending not to see Sonya, and Sonya eliminated her because he wasn't sure about these vignettes that have been going around. Well, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Trish versus Sasha. No, I don't think that will work. And this is the only time where Vince McMahon has actually mentioned the fact that it's because of their age difference. It's their height. Oh, but it's okay for you, when Big Show used to be there. Of course, now he's in AEW. It's okay for Big Show to choke slam somebody who's really small, like the Simon Deans of the world, even though his character was a prick too. Simon Dean, the pretend fitness guy. Now, I have two final stories. And we kind of touched on this last week. But now we have to really get into it. Where you heard me mention it last week that Tammy Finch, better known as Sunny from back in the day in WWE, the police are now confirming that all of her drug use and everything that she was in rehab for the longest time, that the police told her and urged her, everything he's doing is actually falling on you. You should leave him. She's like, leave my boyfriend? Why would I do that? Because it's getting you in trouble. And she wouldn't have been in this mess in the first place. Not only that, I think it's, as I said last week, it might be too late for that now that she killed somebody while she was drunk driving. Remember, last week I mentioned that the week before she was involved in a 3-car accident that was fatal. The driver of the vehicle that was hit by Tammy was identified as Julian Lester. He is of Daytona Beach Shores. He was transported to Halifax Medical Center, but they were pronounced dead. She is now facing DUI, manslaughter, and 8 other charges. And this is where the police come in and say, well, she was warned, before this all even happened. I was the aforementioned incident. The penalty for her crimes could be kept up to jail for 30 years. I know, it sounds crazy, but I don't think so. I mean, think about it. How many people do we have on death row? How many other people for minor crimes have actually gotten crazy sentences in the American justice system? So 30 years, yeah, it might be a little insane, but, well, like I said, she did create, mass murder. It's his manslaughter now, so. And the police said, well, her boyfriend is actually the one giving her the drugs and everything else that she's been charged with over the years. And we've asked her to leave him. And it's like, well, why would you say that? Well, you've heard me talk about this before. Let's pretend that me and Coffee and Tony were in a car. It could be my car, it could be Coffee's car, it could be Tony's car, right? Whoever's driving, they're the ones ultimately responsible for what's in the vehicle. Now, if it's drugs, then, obviously someone's going to get in trouble. But then I could tell the cops, I'm just a passenger. Hey, I've got nothing to do with this. I'm walking away. I'm leaving my hands up. When I turn the corner, I will put my hands down. I am not involved. I'm not associated with this. I'm no way associated with this at all. Okay? And if they search me, they wouldn't find anything on me. And you say, well, isn't that contradicting? Yes, it is contradictory because if Tony or Coffee doesn't say, no, but, okay, yes, officer, those are my drugs. That's my gun. Yes, I don't have a gun license, but it's mine. I've seen an episode of Cops where this actually took place, and the cops were cool with these guys that they had pulled over because the driver himself took full responsibility for it, and he said, "I'm not going to arrest you tonight. Since you all fessed up, you're all honest, you can go ahead and go. It's just a little bag of weed. I'm not going to worry about it." And they got released for being honest. But Tammy over here, she doesn't believe that she needs that. She wants the whole purpose of it is to use it from her boyfriend, but her boyfriend is actually the one actually cutting her out of the deal, but getting her in trouble at the same time. Every time they're together. But, and not only that, remember back in January when I said that they had to go and find her and arrest her again because she skipped out on her bond. Her bond for also being arrested for her drunk driving incident right before Thanksgiving. The judge gave her a bond in December. Remember, it was $227,500. $2,227,500 bond. But that was revoked by the judge because she never showed up. So this all jumped on her as well because the judge revoked that bond. She's got manslaughter, she's got 8 different charges, and the bond to go after this. It's all in the same file now. I mean, if I knew my boyfriend was the one responsible for all the drugs that I'm getting, and as well as the alcohol, I would probably leave him on his own and let him get in trouble for that, since I have my own demons to deal with. I have a bond that was revoked, so I need to take care of that. And be respectful with the judge and say, I'm sorry I screwed up. Can I please have another chance? Had she done that, she might have gotten another chance. But with manslaughter now, someone died because of this 3-car accident. And she won't admit to anything. They're like, well, lock her up and throw away the key. Let the judge deal with her. And more likely than not, she's probably going to get the same judge that she just got in December. I don't know, but, you can look the rest of this up for yourself on thirstyfornews.com. That's thirstyfornews.com. Because they have vivid video evidence of the police telling her about what her boyfriend's doing and why she needs to leave him and all this. So more evidence is coming out. And I'm letting you know about the link because, like I said, I don't actually have control of the con here, as Scorekeeper calls it. So, yeah. And finally, for our final story of the day, we all know Hall of Famer Tito Santana. And for years, it was like, well, Tito Santana, the greatest Hall of Fame wrestler ever. He does this, he does that. He's up there with Jimmy Snuka as far as the high flying goes. He has the forearms like Hulk Hogan. When he punches you, it's kind of like that. But as far as having a family member also in the same profession as him, that has never been discussed. It's never been talked about until now. And you're like, wait, this sounds like he's had a child all this time? Yes. Yes, indeed. Just like the Jerry Jones of the world. We'll get into that next week, too, because myself and Scorekeeper, and we were going to do this with the big dog, but the big dog won't be. I felt that he needs time away from the show for private reasons, because he's private with his own life. But Tito Santana was a television mainstay for WWF at the time, from the Golden Era. And it continues after 42 years. Imagine this. Imagine you're there training all these new wrestlers, and you see a woman, let's pretend, and you open the door because you hear a knock at the door, and you immediately do a facial recognition. Tony, I don't know where Almighty is today. Most of these stories actually came from him, so we don't know why he's not here today. He's just not. And that's why when you said what you said earlier, all right, well, I guess it's time for the Speedy show. Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, you're stuck with me. We don't know where Almighty is. But yeah, Gene Santana showed up at WWE training facility, and they're like, wait, why do we look like each other? She is shocked by this, finding out that, well, her new trainer is actually her dad. It was very interesting to come across this week. She's just now learning about this. She said that it's never crossed her mind. She said, well, I knew because she found out a few years ago that he was her biological father. She said she was already into martial arts, very heavy at the time. And it just became one of those things. We had a conversation about getting to know each other and meeting up. And then after 2002, 2003, she doesn't know what happened. Things went silent. But I'm sure, we'll get to know each other better. But she also said she doesn't want to push things too far to where she pushes him away. Yes, Tony, yes. Tito Santana versus Greg Valentine. Those were awesome, awesome matches. I tell you. So, I mean, it's news to the rest of the world, but no, this was a few years ago. That's why I say it many years ago. And because they did a DNA test years ago, and like I said earlier, finding out that, hey, why do we look alike? Wait a minute. And Tito was like, well, we can do a test if you want, but I know who you are. I know your mother, and your mother knows me, so yeah. But he's not really a hands-on type of guy for things like this, which is why you heard me read her statement, where she says she doesn't want to push him away. She's giving him time so that way they can hopefully get to know each other better. We'll see where that goes, and I hope things work out for both of them. But could you imagine 2002, 2003, being a WWE trainer, and like I said, getting a knock at the door and you opening the door and going, wait. Well, come on in. I guess you're my new student. But you're not actually a student. You're my daughter, so come on in. And we'll get some training started today. How's that? It's kind of like what I said with earlier, where how I met my best friend Anthony, and then, like I said, hearing another voice from this side of the room and going, oh, what are you doing here? I mean, it was like an elementary reunion, because I'm like, I told my friend Steve, I'm like, are your sisters here? Well, one of them is. The other one graduated last year. I'm like, oh, well. And just, reminiscing with other people too. Hey, long time no see. Yeah, how you doing? But it's not like that with her and her father. Let's say that she's here and he's all the way over here. And they've pretty much been like this. Maybe one day they'll get to here. Like I said, we can only wish them the best. We'll see what happens with that. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for Sports Talk with the guys from San Diego, California, for Scorekeeper, for the Big Dog, for the Almighty, for Dreem, for all you guys in the chat room, Tony, Coffee, Aisha, Great Iron Girl, Rod. Thank you for all the likes and support. We honestly wouldn't be doing this without you. So, I applaud all of you. Remember, there's lots of sports on today. Lots of basketball. Lots of baseball today. Lots of USFL games today. And tomorrow, too. Hockey will be on tonight as well. I just don't know. I don't know about what I saw last night. Like I said, with that hockey game. But it can happen anywhere. I mean, how we started the show was with the baseball talk. How they screw that whole thing up. That's why I said earlier what I said. All referees in all sports, except wrestling, but all referees in all sports need to be retrained. Because 1, 2, 3, 4 times the referees didn't call icing at all last night. They let the Ducks get away with it, but the Ducks didn't win anyway, so yeah. Tony, thank you for that. Yeah, I sure will. I sure will. Like I said, follow us on social media. And if you personally follow me on Facebook, then I'm sure you'll see videos and pictures of the birthday party from today. Yeah. Lots of sports today and tomorrow, guys, and NASCAR tomorrow as well. So take care. As Scorekeeper says, we'll see you on the other side for next week. Peace. Have a good weekend.